quickly, I want to recognize dignitaries here present in our midst before we go quickly into the main reason why we are here today. The very first person I'll be recognizing, of course, you know, that is no other person than the #1 citizen in ICAN. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, let's put them together as I welcome the 62nd ICAN President, Hajia Koisili Sofuratu Shegosime, MNI FCA. Swan. We are ICAN. You're welcome, Madam President. It gives us a great pleasure to welcome you in the city of Winnipeg. Of course, we also have the pleasure to have here present the Nigerian ambassador to Canada in person of Ambassador Haba Zanokawo. Please put your hands together and celebrate him. Thank you very much, sir. We are glad to have you join the accountants, those who are putting the numbers together to ensure the country and the economies of the countries are doing well. Welcome, sir. Also, it gives us a great pleasure, of course, here we have the honorary treasurer of our noble institute. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and make welcome Dr. Unjum Nenaya, FCA. Thank you, madam, for coming to join this program. We also have here a very amiable council member, my own personal boss. Put your hands together and celebrate Elder Dr. David Benga Omidiji, FCA. All right, we also have here the Senior Counselor of Trade and Investment of Nigeria, I Commission. Put your hands together and celebrate Mushin Buhari Ayasan. Please celebrate him, please. Thank you very much. We are glad to have you join this program. Also present here, we have the past chairman of ICAN Canada District, those who have actually laid a good foundation to ensure that the district keep on waxing stronger. I will start with the pioneer chairman. Put your hands together for Mr. Ibukun Aruleba, FCA. We also welcome the chairman from 2017 to April 2019, Mr. Kola Oladimeji, FCA. Also join me in celebrating the past chairman, Mr. Habiola Oseni, FCA. Of course, we also have the pleasure of Mr. Toby Dada, FCA. Put your hands together, please. And here we have the immediate past chairman. Put your hands together for Mr. Blessing Fabulousy, FCA. And now to the man who is the current chairman, who is doing well in steering the affairs of ICAN Canada District. Put your hands together and celebrate Mr. Lucky Adagi, FCA. Of course, we also have here the president of Nigerians in Manitoba. Please make welcome Ms. Vera Kuyedi, ACA CPA. Thank you very much, madam. We are glad to have you join us. Distinguished professional colleagues in the house, senior member colleagues of ICAN in the house, fellows and associate members, you are all welcome to this 11th edition of ICAN Canada International Accountant Conference. Please put your hands together for being able to make it down this year to ensure your active participation in this year's series. Please celebrate yourself. Wherever you are seated, put your hands together and celebrate yourself, please. All right, as other deputies join us in the course of the program, I trust that we will duly recognize them. Quickly, can we all have the committees, the planning committees that put together this conference? Please be upstanding for recognition. the planning committee. They have done a very good job. That committee is ably led by the vice chairman of ICAN Canada District, in person of Mr. Festus at DPCFCA. Thank you very much for putting together a very good program. All right, once again, you are welcome. I'm Tosin Akinwumi, FCA. I'm one of the anchors for this program, and I've been doing this together by the grace of God in the last 3 years. Please put your hands together for me too. And by God's grace, I'm also the chairman of ICAN Cyril area. Thank you very much. Now, without much ado, we want to quickly go and listen to the welcome address from the chairman of the conference planning committee. Please put your hands together as I bring to the podium Mr. Festus at DPC FCA, chairman, conference planning committee.
His Excellency Ambassador Abba Zana Kawu, the High Commissioner of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Canada, the 62nd President and Chairperson of Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Hajia Queensley Sofuratu Segosimi, representatives of the Government of Manitoba, Mrs. Lynn Bailey, CPA Chair and CPA Manitoba Board, Mrs. Pamela Steer, President and Chief Executive Officer, CPA Canada, members of the Governing Councils of Canada, of ICAN, distinguished speakers and panelists, sponsors and partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the 11th ICAN Canada International Accountants Conference here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. As conference chairman, I'm delighted to welcome delegates, professional colleagues, business leaders, regulators, academics, and stakeholders from across Canada, Nigeria, and other parts of the world to what promises to be an exceptional learning, networking, and leadership experience. Our conference theme, Evolving Stewardship, Accountants as Trusted Partners, speak directly to the changing expectations of our profession. Today, accountants are called upon not only to safeguard financial integrity, but also to provide strategic leadership, guide organizational transformation, champion ethical conduct, embrace innovation, manage risk, and create sustainable value for stakeholders. This conference has been thoughtfully designed to help us explore these evolving responsibilities and prepare ourselves for the opportunities and challenges ahead. Over the next several days, we will engage with distinguished thought leaders and subject matter experts through a series of insightful technical sessions, presentations, panel discussions, and professional networking activities. Our technical program begins with an important discussion on compliance to value creation, accountants as facilitators of business transformation. This will be presented by Amanda Haney, CPA CA. This session will explore how accountants can move beyond traditional compliance function to become strategic enablers of organizational growth and transformation. We will also hear from Mrs. Elizabeth Ajibola, FCA CPA, who will lead us through effective collaboration for strategic leadership, a timely discussion on the importance of partnership, teamwork, and influence in achieving sustainable organizational success. Dr. Oye Abioye, MBA, AC, CA, and Chartered Manager, will challenge us to think boldly about innovation, transformation, and the future of accountants. Dr. Abayomi Oredegbe, PhD, CPA, CMA, will present on sustainability, ethics, and the future of trust, a topic that speaks to the heart of our professional responsibility and the increasing importance of ESG, accountability, and ethical leadership. We are equally privileged to receive a professional ethics presentation from the Registrar and Chief Executive of ICAN, Dr. Musiba Olasunkanmi, FCA, whose insight will reinforce the ethical foundation upon which our profession is. In addition, delegates will participate in an emerging leadership workshop titled Leadership Beyond Ledger, to be facilitated by Janet Smith, BA, MED, designed to strengthen leadership capacity beyond technical expertise. These sessions have been carefully curated to provide technical knowledge, strategic insights, and future-focused perspectives that delegates can immediately apply within their organizations and professional practice. Beyond the technical program, this conference is also about connection, collaboration, and community. Throughout the conference, delegates will have numerous opportunities to network with fellow professionals, business executives, regulators, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders from diverse sectors and jurisdictions. One of the most anticipated highlights of this conference will be our Gala Night. The Gala Night will provide an opportunity for us to celebrate excellence, recognize distinguished achievements, honor outstanding contributions to the accounting profession, and strengthen the bond of friendship that unite members of the global ICAN community. For our visiting delegates, we have planned shopping, sightseeing, and cultural experiences that will showcase the beauty, diversity, history, and hospitality of Winnipeg, Manitoba. I encourage every delegate to participate fully, engage actively, ask questions, share experience, and maximize every opportunity available throughout this conference. On behalf of the Conference Planning Committee, I express sincere appreciation to our District Chairman, Mr. Lucky Agdage, FCA, the Executive Committee of ICAN Canada District Society, our sponsors, volunteers, speakers, panelists, and every delegate whose support has contributed to the success of this conference. May the knowledge we acquire, the conversations we share, and the relationship we build over the next several days strengthen our ability to serve as trusted partners and transformational leaders in our organizations, communities, and societies. I wish you a productive conference, a memorable gala night, an enjoyable sightseeing experience, and an unforgettable stay in Winnipeg. Thank you, and God bless you.
Make it louder, make it louder, make it louder. For the chairman of the planning committee, Mr. Festus at WCFCA, thank you very much for the good job you and your team have done to ensure the success of this program. If you were here last year, Toronto 2025, can I see your hands up? Oh, great. Put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together for yourself. If you are in Calgary 2024, can I see your hands up? Calgary 2024? Oh, beautiful. Celebrate yourself, celebrate yourself. Why am I making those references? It's because all the chairman of the committee has said we enjoyed those things last year and 2 years ago, but trust that this year is going to be a spectacular one. Put your hands together again for him one more time, because the committee have actually put those things together to ensure you enjoy them. Once again, thank you very much. Now let's quickly go and hear from the chairman of ICAN Canada and District Society. Put your hands together as I welcome to the microphone Mr. Lucky Agdage, FCA.
Good morning, everyone. Now, just before I get into that, let me just quickly start from where the conference chairman stopped. He had promised us spectacular time, and indeed we're going to have that. He's also promised that we're going to have very nice shopping time, except that we need another committee to work with the treasurer to determine how much you get when you go for that shop. Well, I can assure you it's going to be wonderful here. So just to stay on protocol and to keep this part of it short, because it's not supposed to be a speech day per se, but this is just more like a welcome. So I'll start by saying, just again, His Excellency, Ambassador Abba Zanakau, High Commissioner of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to Canada. And I think I must add that he got into his hotel room at about 2-3 minutes after midnight. And he was with us for breakfast. Thank you. The 62nd President and Chairman of Council of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Ajia Kingsley Safaratu Segusimi, MNI, MBA, FCA. She's a wonderful mother at the Institute. She's synonymous with Canada. All of our conferences all around Canada, she's here because she has family here, and Canada is home to her too. Thank you very much for this. We also want to make representatives of the government of Manitoba that are here present. Ms. Lynn Bailey, CPA Chair, CPA Manitoba Board. We are very, very grateful that you're here in person this morning. Thank you. We also want to specially note Ms. Pamela Stair, the FCPA, FCA President and CEO of CPA Canada. She's not here today. She really wanted to be here, but she sent us a video for this greetings. We appreciate her. Thank you very much. And that tells you, again, there's something between CPA and ICAN. We have an MOU in place. We have a process we are pursuing to ensuring that the standards of accounting in our both jurisdictions are coming up to par, and they are being prepared for the future responsibilities accountants will have to take on as we move from year to year into the future. Members of the Governing Council of ICAN, a number of them are here. A number of them are also joining us in spirit. In fact, some even spoke with us this morning. So we can't do anything without the Governing Council. So we appreciate that they're part of the past presidencies too. Past presidents of ICAN that are here present, we have a body of past chairmen. And we have this unique succession plan where, as we go through, we can tell who's going to be the chairman of ICAN Canada in the next 4 years. Next year, the following year, no, we'll have this succession. That just helps us with planning and keeping institutional knowledge within the district. Distinguished speakers and panelists, we are very grateful that you are here, and we are all waiting, and I'm sure they're going to get a whole lot when you speak later today and tomorrow. Our conference chairman, Mr. Festus Adebisi, who is working tirelessly with the planning committee. We thank you. Thank you very much. Sponsors, partners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. On behalf of the Executive Committee and members of ICAN Canada District Society, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to Winnipeg, Manitoba, for the 11th ICAN Canada International Accountants Conference. This conference is particularly significant as it marks the second time our International Accountants Conference is being hosted here in Winnipeg, and in fact, in this same hotel over the life of these 11 years. So this is the second time we're actually having this conference in Winnipeg, and again, because of size, in this same hotel. We are honored to welcome delegates from across Canada, Nigeria, and the United States, and the United Kingdom, and other parts of the world to this vibrant and diverse city. Today, we gather under the theme, Evolving Stewardship Accountants as Trusted Partners. The theme reflects the challenging roles of accountants in a rapidly evolving global environment. More than ever before, organizations require professionals who can provide not only financial expertise, but also strategic guidance, ethical leadership, risk management, governance oversight, and trusted counsel. As accountants, we occupy a privileged position in society. Business, government, investors, regulators, and communities rely on our professional judgment and integrity. Our profession continues to serve as a cornerstone of accountability, transparency, and economic development. As chairman of ICAN Canada District Society, I am proud of the growth and achievements of our district over the years. Through professional development, mentorship, community engagement, strategic partnership, and international collaboration, we continue to strengthen the ICAN brand across Canada and beyond. We are particularly delighted by the presence of representatives from CPA Canada and CPA Manitoba. Your participation reflects the growing relationship between our institutes and our shared commitment to advancing excellence in the accounting profession. We are also deeply honored by the presence of His Excellency, Ambassador Abazana Kao, whose attendance highlights the importance of Nigerian professionals in diaspora and the contributions of Nigerian professionals across Canada. To our President and Chairman of Council, Hajia Kingsley Safaratus Sadusime, and members of the Governing Council, we sincerely appreciate your leadership and continued support to the Canada District Society. I would like to express my profound appreciation to our conference chairman, Festus, the planning committee, sponsors, volunteers, and even individuals whose dedication and hard work have made the conference possible. To all delegates, thank you for choosing to be part of this historic gathering. We trust that you will find the conference professionally rewarding and that you will also take time to experience the hospitality, culture, and beauty of Manitoba. Once again, welcome to Winnipeg. Welcome to the 11th ICAN Canada International Accountants Conference. May your stay be enjoyable, your networking fruitful, and your conference experience memorable. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much. The chairman of ICAN Canada and District Society, Mr. Loki Dage. Please, one more time, put your hands together and celebrate him. All right, still on welcome address, we now want to invite Lynn Bailey, CPA, the CPA Manitoba Board Chair, for our welcome address. Put your hands together as he comes to the podium.
I'm Lynn Bailey, and I am, as mentioned, the chair of CPA Manitoba. And it's my pleasure to join all of you this morning on behalf of our province's more than 9,000 CPA members, candidates, and students. And several of you are CPA Manitoba members in this room, so welcome. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and the Conference Organizing Committee for their outstanding work in organizing this event. This conference continues to strengthen connections between accounting professionals across borders, creating opportunities to share knowledge, experiences, and perspectives that benefit our profession and the communities we serve. This year's theme, Evolving Stewardship, Accountants as Trusted Partners, speaks directly to the growing role of our profession in an increasingly complex world. Traditionally, stewardship has been associated with financial accountability, safeguarding resources, and ensuring sound governance. While these responsibilities remain fundamental, the expectation placed on accountants today extends far beyond the numbers. Organizations are looking to us for not only technical expertise, but also for strategic insight, ethical leadership, and the ability to navigate change. As trusted partners, accountants help organizations make informed decisions in times of uncertainty, and we certainly are in some uncertain times these days. We provide assurance in rapidly changing environments, support sustainable growth, manage risk, and contribute to long-term value creation. Trust is the foundation of this role. It is earned through integrity, competence, objectivity, and a commitment to the public interest. As technology transforms the way we work and stakeholder expectations continue to evolve, maintaining and strengthening the trust becomes even more important. From Abuja to Winnipeg and beyond, we are all connected by this profession, and a forum like this allows us to come together to learn, share, and build our networks. I encourage each of you to take full advantage of the discussions, presentations, and networking opportunities over the coming days. The collective knowledge and experience in this room represent a tremendous resource for advancing our profession and preparing for the future. I'm also very excited for all of the shopping that it sounds like you're about to do over the next few days. Enjoy. So thank you so much for inviting us to be here, and I hope you enjoy every moment of this year's conference. Thank you.
All right, now it's time to bring up the #1 citizen in ICAN so you can hear from Madam President. Please put your hands together and make welcome to the podium the 62nd ICAN President, Hajia Quincy Sofuratu Segusimi, MNI FCA.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
All right, I have the brief profile of Madam President. You can be seated, please. You can be seated, please. Thank you very much. Let me quickly take the brief profile of the 62nd ICAN President. Quincy Sofuratu Segusimi, MNI FCA. The ICAN President is a seasoned, accomplished, and highly motivated chartered accountant and tax practitioner with expertise in finance, general management, tax governance, strategy, leadership, dispute resolution, audit, and tax administration. She has functioned in these roles at leadership levels for 26 years, though her work experience spans about 40 years. She served the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FRS, now known as NRS, in different senior capacities, including Coordinating Director, Compliance and Enforcement. She is currently the Chief Executive Officer and Head Advisory Services at Quiban Professional Services, a firm of chartered accountants. She supports organizations achieve their strategic objectives by ensuring that their management executes effectively and efficiently their long-term strategic plans. Over the course of her career, she has worked in diverse environments and achieved results that have ensure that organizations, private and public, she worked with become successful. She was first elected into the Council of ICAN in 2014 and has served the Institute in different capacities before her election into the presidency. Segusimi is also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators and the prestigious National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPPSS, KURU. She is also a commissioner, member of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. She was a member of the board of the Nigerian Accounting Standards Board, now the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, FRC. Segusimi has earned several recommendations, awards, and recognitions in the course of her career. She was instrumental in the reforms at the Federal Inland Revenue Service, having represented the service on various international committees, such as the Management Committee of the Commonwealth Association of Tax Administrators, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for Tax, and Technical Committee of the FRS Board. Segusimi is an avid golfer. Ladies and gentlemen, professional colleagues at large, I present to you the 62nd ICAN President, Hajia Quincy Sofuratu Segusimi, MNI FCA.
His Excellency Ambassador Abba Zana Kau, the Nigerian High Commission at Ottawa. The ICAN Governing Council members here present, we have the Honorary Treasurer, Dr. Njum Onyemena. We also have Dr. Omidiji Benga. Lynn Bele, CPA Board Chair. Thank you very much for finding time to be with us. Debbie Greener, Past Chair, CPA Manitoba. It's a great pleasure to have you. Chairman, ICAN Canada District, our brother, hardworking brother, Mr. Loki Adagwe. Our own past chairman will say the foundation upon which we are standing today. We appreciate you. And of course, the planning committees that have made this happen, my professional colleagues here present, other very distinguished members present here. I say a very good morning to all of you. I'm told, and of course I know you know, that every balance sheet tells us what an organization owns and of course what it owes. Is that correct? Everyone knows it here. Yet, its greatest asset cannot be measured in currency, recorded in a ledger or dated in the conventional sense. That asset is trust. Trust is the invisible capital upon which every enduring institution is built. It determines whether investors commit capital, whether citizens believe public institutions, whether businesses thrive, and whether society places confidence in the information we provide to them. Trust may take decades to build, yet only moments to lose. As professional accountants, we have never been merely custodians of numbers. We are custodians of confidence. It is both an honor and a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 11th ICAN Canada International Accountants Conference. For over a decade, this conference has strengthened professional relationships, encouraged knowledge exchange, and reinforced the bond between ICAN and our members across the diaspora. It is especially fitting that we gather here in Canada, a country respected for strong institutions, sound governance, and public trust. These values resonate deeply with our profession and remind us that wherever accountability and integrity flourish, professional accountants have an indispensable role in building stronger organizations, stronger economies, and stronger societies. The theme of this conference, Evolving Stewardship, Accountants as Trusted Partners, is both timely and significant. Stewardship today extends far beyond safeguarding financial resources. It now embraces sustainability, technology, corporate governance, ethical leadership, and long-term value creation. Organizations are increasingly judged not only by the profits they generate, but by the integrity with which those profits are earned and the value they create for our societies. We meet at a time when the global economy is being reshaped by rapid technological advancement, geopolitical uncertainty, climate imperatives, and evolving stakeholder expectations. In this environment, organizations require more than accurate financial reporting. They require trusted advisors who can transform information into insights, navigate complexity with confidence, and guide responsible decision-making. Artificial intelligence, digital innovation, and sustainability reporting are redefining our profession. These developments present enormous opportunities, but they also demand greater judgment, stronger governance, and technical and ethical leadership. Technology may process information faster, but it cannot assume responsibility. Algorithms may identify patterns, but they cannot carry conscience. Only people of integrity can exercise wisdom, and wisdom remains the accountant's greatest competitive advantage. This vision is reflected in our presidential doctrine, the presidential message this year. We are ICAN. It challenges us to widen access to the profession, strengthen professional excellence, embrace digital innovation, champion sustainability, uphold ethics, and expand ICAN's global influence. As president, my aspiration is that every ICAN member, wherever they reside or practice, will be recognized not only for professional competence, but also for principled leadership that inspires confidence and strengthens institutions. To our members here in Canada and across the diaspora, you are outstanding ambassadors of Nigeria professional excellence. Our greatest investment is not merely in technology or standards, but in our people. Every young accountant we mentor and inspire today becomes a guardian of public trust tomorrow. As this conference progresses, I encourage every delegate to engage actively and build partnerships and extend beyond these sessions. The conversations we begin here should continue in Abuja, the Annual Accountants Conference. I warmly invite you to join us at the 56th Annual Accountants Conference this October, not merely to attend another conference, but to continue a global conversation on the future of our profession. History will not remember us for the reports we prepared, but for the confidence we inspired. It will not judge us by the technology we adopted, but by the integrity with which we used it. It will not celebrate us simply because we were accountants, but because we were trusted stewards whose leadership strengthened the institution's economics and lives. Together, let us write the next chapter of our profession with courage, excellence, and integrity. Let us ensure that wherever the ICAN designation is seen, it remains a symbol of competence, credibility, and public trust. Thank you, everyone. God bless the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless Canada.
With a standing ovation, can we give it louder to Madam President? Thank you very much for your opening remarks. We are glad to have you join us. Thank you very much. Indeed, we are ICAN. Tell your neighbor, we are ICAN. You are not saying it louder. Say it as if you are in the church. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. We are ICAN. That is the slogan for this presidential year. It is a statement of confidence, a statement of assurance, and a statement of reassurance. Indeed, we are ICAN. Thank you very much, Madam President. We are glad to have you. Right, we also want to bring forward the High Commissioner of Nigeria to Canada to have your opening remark. Please put your hands together as I bring forward Ambassador Haba Zana Kawu. Please celebrate him as he comes forward, please. With a standing ovation, with a standing ovation.
Thank you very much. Kindly take your seat. Thank you very much. The 62nd President of ICAN, Haja Quinsley Saparatu Segesoni, MNI, the Board Chair of CPA Canada, the Chairman of ICAN Canada District Society, the executive members of ICAN Canada and body of past presidents, the President of Nigerian Community, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to join you this morning at the 11th ICAN Canada International Accountants Conference here in the beautiful city of Winnipeg. I would like to start by conveying my felicitation to the Honorable Quinsley Safaratu on your election to this enviable position as the 62nd President of ICAN. I also salute Mrs. Osasare Okundayo for emerging as the youngest chartered accountant in Nigeria at the age 16. This reinforces the can-do attitude of Nigerians in every field of human endeavor. As our child said, I can do. The theme of this year's conference, Evolving Stewardship, Accountants as a Trusted Partner, is both timely and forward-looking. Over time, the accounting profession has evolved far beyond traditional financial reporting. Today's accountants are strategic advisors, guardians of transparency, champions of ethical governance, and indispensable partners in sustainable economic growth. As government and businesses navigate rapid technological change, economic uncertainty, sustainability, imperative, and increasing public expectation, the demand for professionals who inspire confidence through integrity, accountability, and sound financial stewardship has never been greater. In this regard, ICAN continues to demonstrate exemplary leadership by equipping its members with the knowledge, ethical foundation, and professional competence required to thrive in a dynamic global environment. I commend ICAN Canada District and Society for consistently providing a platform that promotes professional excellence, knowledge exchange, networking, and collaboration between Nigerian professionals in the diaspora and their counterparts across Canada and beyond. Such initiative not only strengthens the accounting profession, but also reinforces the enduring people-to-people ties between Nigeria and Canada. The Nigerian diaspora remains one of our nation's greatest strategic assets. Nigerian professionals, including chartered accountants, continue to distinguish themselves globally through competence, innovation, and integrity. Their contributions to Canada's economy while maintaining meaningful professional and investment linkages between Nigeria exemplify the mutually beneficial partnership that exists between our two countries. I am particularly encouraged that this conference brings together professionals to deliberate on subjects ranging from ethics and sustainable innovation, strategic leadership, and business transformation. The insight to be generated over coming days will undoubtedly contribute to strengthening institutions, providing corporate governance, and advancing economic resilience in our interconnected world. Distinguished participants, allow me to seize this opportunity to once again extend my heartfelt felicitation to the newly inaugurated 2026-2027 ICAN Office Bearer, led by Haja Quinsley Safaratu, MNI, the 62nd President and the chair of the council. My best wishes for a successful tenure go to the entire leadership team. I am optimistic that the 2026-2027 ICAN leadership will be marked with innovation, inclusiveness, and continued advancement of the profession. As we assume the responsibility of leading one of Africa's famous professional institutions, I am confident that your collective experience and vision will further strengthen ICAN's global reputation and deepen its contribution to national and international development. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian High Commission remains committed to supporting initiatives that promote professional collaboration, investment, trade, innovation, and stronger institutional partnership between Nigeria and Canada. We value the important role that professional bodies such as ICAN play in advancing these shared objectives. It is therefore my sincere hope that the deliberations over the next few days will produce practical recommendations that will not only enrich the accounting profession, but also contribute to a stronger economic ties, more resilient institutions, and a more prosperous future for our society. On this note, I congratulate the organizers for putting together what promises to be a rewarding conference. I wish all delegates fruitful deliberation, meaningful networking opportunities, and pleasant stay in Winnipeg. Thank you very much. Okay, it's also my pleasure to officially declare the conference open. Thank you very much.
Your call on Nigerians in diaspora to leverage their expertise and uphold excellence and contribute meaningfully to Nigerians' development is both timely and inspiring. Please, let's give it up again for excellence. Thank you. Okay, so we are going on to the first technical section of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, our next section is titled Compliance of Value Creation, Accountants as Facilitators of Business Transformation. Today, accountants do much more than just ensuring compliance or cracking the data or figures. They are trusted advisors who help organizations drive innovation, strengthen governance, manage risk, and create lasting values. We are privileged today to have in our midst accomplished experts who will be sharing their insights on how the accounting profession is shaping business transformation in today's rapidly evolving world. Please join me to welcome Amada Hani, CPA, CA, to the podium. Amanda. Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, take two. So, my name is Amanda Haney, and I'm absolutely honored to be here today. Thank you so much to the organizers for inviting me and trusting me to be your keynote speaker. I look forward to sharing some of my experiences and thoughts on our ever-evolving profession. I'm going to start with a brief introduction about myself. Okay, take three. Okay. So I'm currently the VP, Head of External Reporting at IGM Financial, a publicly traded Canadian wealth and asset management company. I obtained my Bachelor of Commerce at the Asper School of Business from the University of Manitoba and my Master's of Professional Accountancy at the Edwards School of Business at the University of Saskatoon. I completed my CA designation at PricewaterhouseCoopers, and I have over 20 years of professional experience across 4 organizations. They were all quite different, but all fantastic experiences. I'm so excited to be able to talk about this topic today, as I'm very passionate about continuous improvement and lifelong learning. And I embrace change and helping others through change. I think if you have that mindset, you will always be adapting to change, which is what our profession and many professions are going through now more than ever. And I don't only love change myself, but I love supporting bringing others through change. And so I look forward to sharing how I've tackled that over the years. On the personal side, I was born and raised in Winnipeg, Manitoba. My family includes 3 teenagers, a dog, and a cat. Life can definitely be chaotic at times. And I did want to use an actual family photo, but my daughter said absolutely not. So I will tell you more about my professional journey a little further into the presentation. But first I want to dive into what is an accountant. Although to our non-accountant friends and family, every accountant does essentially the same thing, which I think they believe is a slightly more complicated version of counting, all of us know that nothing could be further from the truth. I switched companies and the type of role I was doing a few years into COVID, so I had been working from home a lot. When friends would ask me how my new job was going, my husband would always say, well, she claims it's really different, but to me, it looks the exact same. She's still sitting in front of her computer all day long. And it's true, it's hard to explain what we do or how truly different various roles are within our profession to those in the outside of our professional world. But that same concept also applies to the individual roles within our professional world. How one of us will approach setting up a process or team structure versus another can be quite different, especially the broader the scope of your objectives is. So it's important to keep that in mind as you go through this conference. You may see ways you can adapt what you're doing today, even if you're going back to the same role as you currently are doing. So I feel like there are hundreds of job titles that I could say that an accountant could have, but instead I view it in kind of 6 strategic pillars that the finance function supports across organizations. I won't read all of the functional areas underneath them, but at a high level, there's stewardship, there's performance management, there's risk and governance, there's capital management, there's mergers and acquisition, and there's transformation and strategy. That's how I view it. Now, of course, across all of these, there are required technical skill sets. The exact technical skill set differs by finance function, and some of these are more common to be filled by CPAs, whereas others can be filled by CPAs, but also might be filled by other professionals with other designations. Now, what we as a profession need to think about is that certain responsibilities that are traditionally more often filled by CPAs, things that are more transactional and formulaic, compliance-based, are now able to be automated that much easier with the evolution of technology and AI. As a profession, how are we going to prepare ourselves and upcoming CPAs for the roles that are more strategic, that require capabilities of financial insights, decision support, and business transformation versus other designations? And as individuals in our roles today, how are we going to continue to add value as business leaders will start to expect more and more from their finance partners? So let's step back for a minute and first talk about the impact of technology. As I'm sure everyone here knows, the current hot topic across the world is generative AI. I'm not going to get into the details of what that is, but for anyone who doesn't have a base knowledge of the building blocks of AI, I would recommend spending some time researching it and getting up to speed. There are a variety of differing views of what AI is going to do to all professions and all organizations. There are some out there that hold the view that AI is going to take over the world and replace 90% of the jobs out there. However, I do not personally believe that. I maintain the belief that what AI does is it gives us more powerful tools. And for anyone who wants to argue against that, what I think is really important to remember is that there have been significant technological advancements over the decades that have significantly impacted our profession, and we've continuously adapted. This is a few examples of our original tools. We have the classic abacus, the old style calculator adding machine, and then of course, the T-account worksheets and general ledger books. We used to literally do entire companies' bookkeeping by hand. And so if you think about it, in the past approximate 50 years, we have gone from computers being invented to spreadsheets being invented, to ERP systems, to the internet, to electronic banking, to cell phones, and then technology like OCR and RPA. And if you don't know what those are, I also recommend you look them up and learn a little bit about them. We have evolved so much, and AI should be looked at as just another evolution and a tool that we get to use to increase our value. So if I'm right, then the first step, and one thing I hope you take away from this presentation, is we all need to learn how to use the new tools. This is starting point number one. So learning tools can mean many things. One, it can mean you tactically using it in your day-to-day tasks, which is important. But also, depending on your level of leadership, it can mean building it into the culture of your organization for your employees to learn and use these tools. Another thing it should mean is recognizing how these tools change the competitive landscape or even what your customers are looking for. One of the best examples of this, which I'm sure many of you have heard of, is Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video rented out movies through physical VHS and then DVDs to people. You had to go to the store to pick them out. Then the technological advancement of streaming movies was invented, but Blockbuster didn't adapt quickly enough. There's a really neat video that you can find on YouTube called The Rise and Fall of Blockbuster. It provides an illustrative view of what happened to the Blockbuster stores in the United States. So to quickly recap it, 2 stores opened in Texas in late 1985. And it was just over 18 years later that they reached their peak at over 6,000 stores. So the video actually shows every single store in the timeline of when it opened. However, in less time than that took, less than 15 years later, there was only 1 store left, and that was in the mid-2018. That store actually still does exist. It's in Bend, Oregon, and it has now become a tourist attraction, which I think is pretty indicative of what an impactful story this one is. And so I will end this section with a thought that those of us who don't believe AI is going to take over the world believe instead. It is not AI that will replace people. It is people who use AI that will replace people who don't. So, thank you. I'm done. I'm just kidding. And on a high note, no. But of course, only time will tell for sure. Maybe in a few years, an AI agent will be up here giving this presentation. But let's all hope that's not the case, and I truly don't believe that it is. So I'm going to pause on this topic for a few minutes and flip to sharing about my professional journey to date. I feel incredibly fortunate to have been able to take on various roles that gave me experience in all the finance pillars over the past 20 plus years. I started my career as an articling student at PricewaterhouseCoopers. I was in external audit and worked my way up to manager, working on several large public and private company audits. I then decided I wanted to expand my experience and transferred to the private company services department, where I worked on smaller companies and got a lot more detailed accounting and tax experience. This really solidified my technical foundation. I then got my first industry job at Exchange Income Corporation, which is a publicly traded, acquisition-oriented company headquartered here in Winnipeg. When I started, they were only about 10 years old, and there was a very small head office. And I performed due diligence on their acquisitions, financial reporting at the quarter ends, and FP&A on the various subsidiaries. After a few years, I got asked to take on a new initiative, which was a financial reporting shared services for several of the subsidiaries. It involved combining several existing accounting teams, and then from there creating centralized processes with the goal of both better reporting to head office and creating efficiencies over time. Once I got that set up and stabilized, which took around 4 years, as we did a lot of system implementations and also kept on taking on new companies, I returned to head office, but soon after that, I ended up joining People Corporation. People Corporation is also an acquisition-oriented company, and when I started there, they were embarking on a journey to significantly increase their volume of acquisitions, as well as transform their operating model from a holdco to an operating company strategy. I was hired to develop a standalone due diligence department, and after about a year, I got asked to add acquisition accounting, finance integration, and the oversight and project management of all the back office functional integrations of new acquisitions to my portfolio. I did both for a while, and then as volumes continued to increase, I moved over to solely focus on the acquisition accounting and integrations. Between EIC and People Corporation, I have worked on over 80 acquisitions. Then just at the beginning of this year, I joined IGM Financial And I'm now back in a very traditional compliance type role, overseeing publicly regulated financial reporting. However, alongside that is a significant finance transformation journey that they're going through, and all of my experience to date is going to be instrumental in my role in that journey. So across these 4 companies, as you can see, I had the opportunity to develop experiences across all the strategic pillars and a significant number of the finance functions underneath them. I chose to share my experience in this way, as what I've realized in reflection is that although I've had such different types of roles over the years, the key factors that I've employed that I feel have contributed to my success are consistent throughout. And so I want to share these with you now and hope that they help you as you move forward in your careers and as you move forward in this conference. My first focus will be on a few behavioral competencies. So again, the technical skill sets required are assumed to be the minimum standard, and I'm not going to discuss those in any detail because we all have them. So going to start back at the beginning. It is so important to keep up with the tools, meaning understand what's out there, then learn the tools, and then implement the tools. And as you're thinking about doing this in your roles, don't rely on your boss to tell you how to improve a process using new tools. They probably don't know either. Of course, you can't go rogue. You need to get permission and budget for what you want to do, but be proactive to assess and identify something that can be improved. And there's often lots of small things you can do that you probably don't need permission for, and that will really add up over time. When I took on the new financial reporting shared services group, there were a lot of significantly manual processes in place. At one company, back in 2005, long before I got involved, a new flight reservation software was implemented, and nobody trained the accountants on how to use it. So out of necessity, they created their own process, which was to physically print every single reservation made in a day, physically print every reservation flown in a day, and then input every data point from those tickets into a spreadsheet and do the accounting off of that spreadsheet. This went on for over 10 years before the company was growing so much that they couldn't keep up. They were hiring more and more people, but they were still reporting their results late and with errors. So when I took this on, I had to first learn how to use the reports that existed within the system. And that alone helped us kind of get through the first part. But I could understand why they weren't using those reports fully because they didn't actually reconcile properly to our processes. I then learned that we actually had the option to access the back-end tables through an API and create our own reports. And we could build the logic of how we wanted these reports to work. This was brand new to me. It was technology that had existed for a while, but I had never been exposed to it. And so I hired a consultant part-time who eventually became a full-time hire to help me build these reports. And I would sit and explain what I would want, and he had the computer programming knowledge to build it. And in time, we completely improved the process. It became very automated and very few errors. And so, to recap, you need to be proactive. Don't wait to be told what to do. Research it and bring forward recommendations. It's new to everyone. And if you are in a leadership role, hire or contract the experience and engage and delegate your team to support. At my time at the EIC Shared Services, I learned the most from people I had hired because I hired people that had the experiences I didn't yet have, and now I've been able to bring those experiences forward. So the next your battery's running low. The next key behavioral competency that I want to talk about is build relationships. This is a pretty kind of buzzword type of thing to say, but buzzwords become those for a reason. It is critical to build relationships, but how do you do it in a meaningful way within a professional setting? So a few tips. Get to know people before you need something from them. When someone new starts at the organization, set up an intro call with them, if no one does it for you. And when you walk by someone's cubicle or office every single day to get to your spot, introduce yourself. But then how do you build upon that? So it's always great to put yourself in others' shoes. One of the most common things in organizations is one group will implement something, not realizing the impact to another group. The more that you can be the person that thinks about that and tries to bring other groups into the fold as changes are being made, the more that you'll be able to build trust across the organization. Now, of course, you have to maintain confidentiality, all that kind of stuff, but it is something that has come up over and over in my career, and it really does help. And lastly, it is all about mindset. You really need to think of yourself as a team. Don't worry too much about getting individual credit or putting too much effort into something that might benefit another team more than it benefits yourself directly. If you think of you and your colleagues across the whole organization as a team, the rising tide lifts all boats. In the example that I gave previously, where I ended up hiring that consultant and he did wonders over several years to help me automate my processes, we actually hired him into the IT department. So while I was creating the finance shared services, I had a peer creating an IT shared services. And this individual really fit better in the IT department, but I was the one that had the budget. And so we organized it that way because it made the most sense. And so I benefited from this individual and he was fantastic, even though long-term he's now grown his team within the IT department. The partnership's there, and so it's not worth worrying about those types of things. So the next competency I want to talk about is communicate succinctly. I cannot emphasize how important this is. In terms of the evolution of how accountants work, I think how we communicate needs to be one of the biggest areas of focus. First off, dashboards are key. Sorry, my screen's not matching my screen up here anymore. You need to stop and think about what it is that your audience wants to know and try and put it into a dashboard or very summarized presentation. Maybe not every situation, of course, but a lot of them. I'll be the first to admit that this is a skill set that doesn't come as naturally to me. But trust me, non-financial people do not want the details. They want the conclusions and outcomes. They don't care if it took 100 Excel tabs to give them your number, the number they want. They just want the number. And so you really have to resist the natural urge to give them too much information. And it is through that type of communication evolution that accountants can continue to be more and more trusted business advisors. And the last one that I'll talk about on the behavioral competencies is for leaders implementing change, be a change agent. First off, be enthusiastic, but also empathetic. So you have to be enthusiastic if you're trying to implement change because it'll become contagious and it'll help get people on board. But at the same time, you need to recognize how scary change is for some people and be empathetic to those people and hear them out and help bring them along. A second tip is don't be scared to make a mistake, but obviously try and avoid the really costly ones. No one wants to be the next Phoenix pay system. However, don't be scared to make the little mistakes. When you're trying to implement change, it's while you're going through the journey that you're going to learn more and more. And you might go down one path a little bit and realize you need to backtrack. And so you can't be scared of that. However, as you are building the roadmap of change, it's really important that you engage with others, both individually and in group settings. You should never be proposing changes without ensuring you fully understand what the current state is. And so it's critical that you have those conversations and learn as much as you can and get as many people's opinions as you can before you really finalize the roadmap that you want to recommend. Now, when it comes to that solidified roadmap, it is really important to try and have it, the design stage, as some might say, as complete as possible before you really start getting into the implementation stage. One mistake I made when I took on the integration at People Corporation is I was really excited to automate because I'd had such success automating at EIC. However, there was a lot of process design that was required. And I kind of did them at the same time. And so there, though, we were interacting with 20 sub-departments, over 100 people, and those departments within the organization were also in a lot of flux. And so the process has changed quite a bit over a couple of years. And that involved some of the rework and the automation. And it wasn't a big mistake, but it was some wasted time of people on my team and myself that if we had just stayed in the design phase, maybe even used Excel for a little while longer, we might have saved some time. So those are some tips on being a change agent. And so to recap, these are 4 key behavioral competencies that I found have greatly contributed to my success in my career to date. There are, of course, lots, and there's more than just this, but I wanted to highlight a few. So this brings me to what is our true competitive advantage? And by our, I mean us as CPAs. If we employ the behavioral competencies outlined, but we assume others do the same, then what is our competitive advantage? If everyone is learning how to use AI to create automation, and people realize that creating relationships and learning how to properly communicate is key to distinguishing themselves, how can we further distinguish ourselves and be the ones that add the most value? What do we have that can create that extra competitive advantage? Here it is. We are accountants. And I did not know about We Are ICAN when I wrote this presentation. I swear, I did not know. I was actually a little nervous. I'm like, I'm going to sound a little silly up here. But then I heard about We Are ICAN, and I felt much better. So it's extremely important to stop and think about it for a minute, right? We are here at this conference talking about how we want to shift from being viewed as compliance-focused practitioners to strategic business partners. A big key to doing that is the things I just talked about, especially the communication one and how we share insights with business leaders. But the key is there still needs to be the technical knowledge to create the insights. And while automation may help with that, you still need technical knowledge and human oversight of those automated processes. I absolutely loved what Madame President said, that technology may increase the speed of processing something, but it cannot assume responsibility. And that is so, so true. And so our skill sets are perfect for what we are embarking upon in this world of increased automation and AI. We have the financial expertise, so we understand the numbers that create the strategic insights. We are already cross-functional and used to adopting technology. Accountants deal with every department in the organization, and we've been continuously adopting new software, as I showed, over the last 50 years. And we are detail-oriented, and we understand how important, risk management and controls are. We can support the processes required to properly govern increased automation or AI agents. And so my key message here is I don't think that technological advancements takes away from the need for our technical skill sets. In fact, it just increases it and changes how we need to employ these skills. So this leads me to what I believe has been my personal #1 key success factor in my career to date. So I don't know if anyone wants to guess which this one is. It's not flashy by any means, but again, I think it emphasizes why an accounting skill set can bring such significant value to an organization. And it's implementing processes. In every role I've had in industry, because at PwC the process was given to us, but in every role since, I have consistently created processes in and amongst dealing with the technical component of my role execution. Earlier in my career, there were processes that impacted only a few people, and later in my career, I was setting up processes that impacted hundreds of people in the organization. To get consensus and create these processes and have stakeholders buy-in, you need to use I had to use the best tools available to me. I had to build relationships, I had to communicate succinctly, and I had to be a change agent. The need for processes permeates across all strategic pillars and all functional areas, and I feel like it's one of the most underestimated outputs that we accountants support. Because what happens when you don't have process or a process breaks down? You have roadblocks, frustration, chaos, inefficiency, decision paralysis, lost opportunities, poor morale, tension. I could go on and on. Have you ever heard the term healthy tension? I do believe that some healthy tension in an organization is good. What it should represent is when there is a healthy debate due to potentially competing priorities, because organizations can't do everything, or differing perspectives. And it should help a team properly weigh pros and cons and hopefully come to the best solution. But when the tension doesn't have process to make decisions, then you end up with essentially two things: politics, and then there's a high risk that the wrong decision gets made, or a lack of a decision when one is needed, which forces a certain direction that might not be ideal. I could give 1,000 of examples of where implementing process has improved a work situation that I've encountered, but I think I might be already close to overtime, and so I will leave it to yourselves to think of examples in your workplace. I'm sure you can think of many. I do want to quickly touch on a few other key success factors that I think are worth sharing and that have helped me over the years. One, if you are a people leader, recognize and reward talent and deal with underperformance. And stop. Be a strong people leader. It makes a difference. Work hard even when no one is watching. And follow the 70-20-10 rule. 70% of your time, do the day-to-day tasks. 20% of the time, focus on how you can improve your day-to-day tasks. And 10% of the time, think about transformation or innovation. I really think that this is critical. It's very easy to get caught up in the day-to-day, but how do you move forward if you're so busy just doing what's currently being done, especially when the world is moving as fast as it is right now? And one that's a little bit of a personal opinion is pick what you are most naturally drawn to. Right? When you have 100 tasks in front of you, which ones do you find the easiest to work on? And which ones are you most willing to spend time on? And that's what you're most likely to be successful at. So try and step back and think about that and see if you can and move your career that direction. So to quickly wrap up, a few key takeaways. Again, I can't emphasize enough, you have to keep up with new tools. Even though it might not seem that the tools are being adapted right away, they will be adapted over time. That's human nature. Other people will learn them, and eventually you'll get left behind if you don't stay on top of them. Master those behavioral competencies. They really are important. And again, find out what your number one success factor is going to be. And hopefully it's something that you're passionate about. And lastly, embrace your ultimate competitive advantage, which is an accountant's skill set. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, this is so great.
No,
thank you so much for your inspiring keynote speech. I think this sets the stage or the foundation for us to have the panel, the experts. We have other experts in addition to you yourself, of course, to come in and discuss this topic. Again, the topic is compliance to value creation, accountants as facilitators of business transformation. So please join me to, first of all, appreciate Ms. Hani for a very thorough presentation. I could see everyone taking snapshots.
I think the slides will be shared.
Yes, because you have very key items in there that are very useful for today. So please join me now to welcome the rest of the panelists. Please join me to welcome Mr. Adewumi Adeago, CPA, CFA, MBA. Please come. Oh, okay. Thank you. So we have Mr. Andrew K. Betke, CPA, CA, CIA, CISA, CISSP. You are welcome. And we have Neka Oyeneku, CPA, CMA, ACCA, ACS, ACMA, FCA. Thank you, you're welcome. Okay, and we have Douglas Catch, CFPA, FCA. You're welcome. Thank you so much. You're welcome. And at this point, I'm just going to hand over to the panels. They are going to be walking us through. The topic again is compliance to value creation, accountants as facilitators of business transformation. As we've already heard, we are not just figures and data and compliance. We are much more than that. Please, let's give a round of applause to the team again as they delve into this topic. Thank you.
Good morning. So good morning, distinguished colleagues. Standing on the existing protocol. Thank you very much. because I know we have great people, personalities, VVIP in our midst today. So I don't want to bore you with the list again because we want to kind of go into the nitty-gritty of today's session. So thank you, Amanda, once again for such a great presentation. So that kind of settings for the conference, not just for the conversation. I know we all know that the theme is evolving stewardship, accountants as trusted partners. It took us, as a technical secretary for the district, my committee members are right there. It took us a lot of time to come up with this team. Great deliberations, thoughts-provoking conversations, just to see what is kind of costs. And that's what we've been doing over the years to make sure that our team's topic for the conference is kind of relevant to the day-to-day needs. So that way, participants kind of take some key takeaways. I know we have business leaders here, we have entrepreneurs, we have advisors, we have business owners, everyone here. So we want a situation where everyone is able to kind of take one or two things away. Accountants, we know our role has evolved because of great changes that we've seen around technology and the IITH, a couple of things happening within the environment. So the role of accountant is changing rapidly. And just like Amanda said, what we used to do previously, it's different. But the good thing as an accountant, as those disruption is happening out there, it's creating opportunities for us. It's creating a lot of opportunities for us, because people want trusted information. There are a lot of uncertainty out there, business world, tariffs, global unrest, all of this is impacting a lot of decisions. So investors are kind of, or stakeholders are worried. They don't know where to kind of put in their investments. So they want someone who is ready to give them those trusted information so that they can make informed decisions. Yeah, the risk is, the business is volatile, risk is out there, but everyone wants to take calculated risk. No one wants to invest or want to take decisions that will boomerang, that at the end of the day, the impacts will be so much. So that's why we as accountants, we have to look beyond the lens of compliance, beyond the lens of, presenting to our purview or prepare financial reporting, which is kind of the bedrock of organizational successes. So we have to go beyond that to value creation. And that's what we're talking today. So that's why all of these sessions that we have today, tomorrow, is centered on how we can be those trusted partners. Those partners that when we talk and when we give those advices or those meetings or those engagements, stakeholders have no choice than to take those decisions and manage their risk. So without much ado, the theme or the topic that we're looking at this in this session is compliance to value creation, accountant as facilitators of business transformation. Accountant as facilitators of business transformation. So just a quick housekeeping. So we kind of have three segments into this conversation. So we go through the first segment. Then after this segment, we open it to question and answer. But we want it interactive. We want an engagement kind of session. So when we take after the first section, we take a Q&A from the audience, maybe 2 or 3 depending. Then we'll go back to the second segment. So depending, with time, we have about maybe 55 minutes left. So we want to kind of manage the time so that we get something meaningful from this conversation. So if you have a question as they are talking, please feel free to keep it maybe during the Q&A session, or you can just write, we'll get the question at that point. So we have our panelists. I will allow them to introduce themselves, maybe in a minute, so that you know who they are.
Thank you very much, Adi. Good morning, everyone, and it's my absolute pleasure to be here. In fact, I thank you for the honor and privilege to speak to my fellow learned colleagues. My name is Neka Onyedikwu, and I've been in Canada for nearly 10 years now. So as I was introduced, I'm a CPA Manitoba. I'm also a member of ICAN, and I also have an ACMA with SEMA UK. So I work with the government of Manitoba, where I lead a branch, the Funding and Financial Assistance branch. So I'm the executive director, that's my role there. I lead a team of about 35 colleagues. My current role, I think it intersects finance and policy. And I really, really love, the opening that Amanda gave us. She's laid a perfect foundation. So I think of where policy meets finance. That's where I thrive, and I'm so excited, to be a part of today's conversation. So, yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Benke. I'm a partner with KPMG here in Winnipeg, and I specialize in risk services. My career as an accountant has ebbed and flowed in terms of coming in and out of accounting, and I think really, being able to add, what I've learned as an accountant is pretty important in terms of bringing value to the organizations that I've worked with. I've worked both in professional services as well as in industry, in a number of different industries, and being able to kind of draw on those skills and different aspects of what we've learned over our years in studying accounting, I think has become pretty vital in these days. And I'll talk a little bit about the history and harken back to there's a lot of themes that are coming out of everyone's discussions here today, and I think those will carry on, and we'll kind of continue to expand on those themes. And I think we'll have a lot of learnings. And just like Ade said, and thanks for the invite, Ade, is we're looking to you for questions as well as you see where we can all kind of see that we're bringing value back to the organizations that we're an important part of. So glad to be here and willing to impart some of our experience that we've kind of grown up with how we've kind of added value from an accounting standpoint and what we've learned over the years. So thank you very much.
Hello, there we are. Hi, I'm Doug Koch, very pleased to be here. I'd like to extend my gratitude for the kind invitation to join the conference today. I'm the Senior Vice President at Great West Lifeco Inc., which is the publicly traded holding company that owns, among other things, Canada Life here in Canada. We also own Irish Life and Empower, our retirement and investment business in the United States. My role is the Chief Operating Officer for our global investments business, and so I'm responsible for the middle and back office functions for all of our investments around the world. We've got a team of about 400 individuals who carry out the management of just under $1 trillion of assets for the business. I'm really thrilled to be here today. Thank you again for the kind invitation.
All right, thank you. And I think you all know Amanda, so yeah. I do want her to just say one or two things again. Okay, so thank you kindly for those great introduction. So let's move on to round one. So Dr. I'm going to start with you. All right, so over the past decade, what is the most significant shift you have seen in the role of accountants? And what do you believe is driving that change?
Well, thank you. I would say that the most significant shift that I've seen over the past decade, in fact over the course of my entire profession, has been the move from being compliance-oriented, transaction processing, reporting, record-keeping functions for professional accountants to instead becoming strategic business advisors, business partners, and doing data-driven analysts in support of the growth of each of the businesses in which we work. And I call out 3 reasons that have driven this change and have supported this change. And I loved that Amanda included a page in her presentation that shows the 14-column worksheets. I'm old enough to predate Excel. My accounting profession began on paper, and I would say that the number 1 driver of this change has been technology. Starting with some of the things like Microsoft Excel, but moving forward into RPA, most recently into AI. The technology has allowed us to hand off the basic functions of accounting and focus our professional mindsets on the analysis and on deriving the value that comes from the numbers. The second thing I would say is that it relates to technology is the decreasing cost of retaining high volumes of data. My first personal computer had an 80 megabyte hard drive in it, which cost $1,000 Canadian just for that hard drive when I bought it, it feels like a million years ago. I walk around with far, far, far more data storage on my phone today than even the best computers that existed in our offices when I started in the profession. That low cost of data has allowed us to accumulate and mine that data very effectively. And as accountants, we are best positioned to understand the relationships between the data and to harvest the value that comes from those relationships. And I think the third thing that's driven this is the change in expectations of business leaders as a result of number 1 and number 2. The appetite for real-time analysis has only accelerated. You cannot any longer live in the past and say, we'll get that to you in 30 days when you have a question about the numbers. People expect that you've got that data at your fingertips, and those accounting professionals who have risen to that challenge and who've met that need and are being responsive to those needs are the ones that I think are most successful in our environment today. So that'd be my thoughts on the change.
Wow, great. Good. Thank you. You mentioned something about data, having data at your fingertips. Before you spend a lot of time, before you can integrate your data, you do some researches. You have a team to kind of go into maybe internet or get all of that, dig into the books and record, the folders and all of that. But now, just like he said, we have those information at the cloud. At your fingertips, you have those data. And those data is what business leaders need, because they need to make informed decisions, spontaneous decisions. Any delay can be very costly. So, thanks for emphasizing on that aspect. So I don't know if anyone on the panel has something to add to that question. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. So in any case, based on your experience and background, many organizations still view accounting primarily through a compliance lens. What practical steps can accountants take to reposition themselves as strategic business partners? That's Nick.
Thank you, Abby. And one of the reasons I'm grateful for Amanda's presentation is how it really laid out, the different competencies, both technical and behavioral, that we embody as accountants. So I kind of see this question as a little stereotypical, because I, as an accountant, believe that I add value in more ways than one. I'm not focused on compliance. However, there's a reason why stereotypes exist, because so many people believe them. So I think it's more of a question of how can we demonstrate that as accountants, this is how we add strategic value, that we can be strategic business partners, and how can we convince others who cannot see it clearly, and it's going to take a lot eventually to break that stereotype. However, I'm a die-hard optimist. I never stop believing, and I kind of embodied a few things, in my career that have helped me over the years. But first, let's start from the beginning. It's going to be short. I would say let's prioritize curiosity over compliance. And it kind of came to me as a rude shock at the beginning of my career. So I studied accountancy back in Nigeria. I graduated top of my class. I got a job with the Big Four, one of them, KPMG to be exact. And there's this thing we call KBAC, KPMG, something like a beginner's accounting course, something like that. And first week, there was about 150 of us. Wow, I was so excited. Yeah, I'm going to meet my fellow professional accountants. And, we got talking, and I found out that, wait, we were actually like in the minority. Like, hey, what did you study? I graduated from medical school. Okay, how about you? Both me. Oh, I'm an engineer. What's going on here? I might be like the wrong place. And I made it through the 3 weeks of KBAC, and afterwards, I got talking with my colleagues and hey, how come it is that there are more non-accountants than accountants as first-year auditors? So what's going on? Actually, sorry to break it to you, but we are concerned, and it's proven itself over time that accountants usually, focus on the numbers. They feel like they know all the balance sheets, okay, it's a balance sheet, it's just like maybe checking off boxes, they're not curious. What? Yeah, they're not curious, but the doctor here is excited about his CPM degree, he's probably going to get his professional designation. Half of you as accountants already have qualified, so you're like, there's nothing for me. But I took it as a challenge, so I've lived my entire career trying to break that stereotype that, hey, I'm as curious as any non-accountant in this place. Hey, I can understand processes, I can dissect the business. And as I encounter every accountant and non-accountant, my first question to myself is, what's that stereotype I have to break today? What's that gap I have to fill today? And having that at the back of our minds, that the numbers, they're not an impediment, they're not a stumbling block, they're actually an asset. And as an accountant, you are able to speak 2 different languages, and I'm not talking about English or French. You need to understand the language of the business as well, because it's in combining that knowledge of your business with the financial knowledge. And believe me or not, it takes a while for you to be able to. How many of us can see the trial balance in our head, debits, credits, and every conversation, things are just moving from the left to the right. And they have a non-accountant cannot see or process information that way. That thing takes practice, it takes time. So you're already starting with an advantage. However, those in the business, it's very important for us to understand where they're coming from. You receive a request, for example. Instead of providing the information in whatever form, you already have it laid out, how about understanding? Where is this question coming from? What value can I add today? Personally, I take more time in understanding the question I receive and why it's being asked than in packaging my stereotype, Doug said this, information data readily available, and just packaging something and no, I really need to know whether you're asking the right question. And then, from that, you get to understand more about the business. What's driving these numbers that we're seeing? How does this information feed into the decisions that need to be made? So you need to understand that second language, the language of the business. Thirdly, I think as strategic leaders, we also need to understand the language of leadership. Why does financial information just seem too much? Why do they want to go to the final numbers? That's because they have 3 things in their head. They're more interested in outcomes, they're more interested in risk, and they're more interested in how to get there, what their options are. So if we come there with all the numbers behind all the details without focusing on the goals, the long-term outcomes, then we might lose all of that wonderful information that we're sharing in translation. So we need to really understand the language of leaders and make sure that they get to where they need to go to. So we are more like partners and enablers rather than presenting only the pessimistic side of the situation. And another thing, personally, that I think has helped me and will help any accountant is thriving in the area of uncertainty. Many of us cannot keep up when we don't know the numbers. Like, you're asking the business, so what is it that you want to do? Like, we don't quite know. We know where we want to get to, but we don't know how to get there. And that's where forecasting, long-term forecasting and planning comes in. You know, whether we like it or not, whether we provide those numbers or not, decisions will be made. What we can influence is how informed those decisions will be. And so you step out of your comfort zone, you know, with historical numbers, think more futuristic, if necessary, think more in the present. And then we use this our information, you know, to inform risk analysis. Instead of providing, you know, challenges why it cannot be done, flag those risks and provide, you know, risk mitigation strategies. Clarify our assumptions. You know, in the presence of uncertainty, that's where assumptions come in. With assumption A, B, and C, these are scenarios 1, 2, and 3 that can happen. And with time, things become refined as information becomes more clear. So finally, as a strategic business leader, I think we need to master the art of making sharp judgments under pressure. There will always be pressure. So if we keep waiting for that time where everything is settled and all the information will be handed to us and we have as much time, 30 days to prepare the report, it may never happen. So we learn how to identify what we can control and what we cannot, what we can change, what we cannot, and be there as trusted partners to help the business make decisions within the ramifications of what we know. So that means getting ahead, being part of decisions while they are happening and not after they are made. So we step out of our silos, you know, we get into cross-functional teams of conversations, you know, volunteer, want to know what's happening on the other side. And the more we do this, the more we position ourselves as those strategic leaders that we want to be.
That's kind of great. Doctor, I know you have one or two comments to that, but before that, I just want to mention one or two things, reiterate one or two things that she said. Striving in the area of uncertainty. You know, just like I said, that AI, technology, all of those is actually creating opportunities for accountants. And it does remind me back when I was at ICAN back then, the NPCS, you know, the training. It's an exam where, you know, there's no syllabus, but anything can be tested. So the essence of that is to build the mind of young accountants to make those informed decisions in an uncertainty environment. Trust me, as you are here, you might step out, maybe the information that you got before coming here might be different from what you're going to get when you step out of this room. Because changes is constant in this volatile environment. There could be one announcement from anywhere, and that can kind of change a lot of things. And back to CPA, when I read my CPA as well, you know, the CPA, the Common Final Exam as well. You know, it's an exam where, which is similar to the NVCS, multidisciplinary case study. It's an exam that kind of trains the mind of young accountant to think in an uncertainty environment. I also remember my training at PwC. So, you know, when we go for audits, most times we have those unpredictability procedures. Because especially if you have like repeated clients, you know, your clients might be used to your strategy, your procedures. So part of our steps is every year you need to come up with something unpredictable. So at that point, you think outside the box so that the taxpayer or your clients is not prepared for your question. Your procedure. So that is someone that you know for 5-10 years. So it's part of the requirement that when you go, you know. So all of this is just to kind of, you know, create our mind so that our mind is kind of open to uncertainty that is out there. So great one. Thank you very much.
You can see we need to create
those are all excellent points. Thank you. Each of us in our early education and experience learn how to keep the score. That's the first skill set that we as accountants develop, is how we learn how to keep the score, and that's a very important foundation. I don't know about each of you though, I enjoy keeping the score, but I would much rather be on the field playing the game. And in order to get on that field and play the game, you need to do more than just know how to keep the score. You need to genuinely understand your business, and you need to be able to explain that you understand your business, and you need to know what drives results in your business. Until you can demonstrate that you really understand how your business makes and loses money, regardless of what your business is, you're going to be keeping score. And it's a lot more fun to play the game. So I encourage you, focus on genuinely understanding the drivers, the value drivers in your business and your organization.
All right, thank you, John. So, Andrew, so I have this question for you. So how are technologies such as automation and AI changing the way finance teams create value for their organizations?
Perfect, thanks. So Amanda already started talking about some of the differences in how technology and different tools have come into our labs and help us from an accounting perspective. And accounting is one of the oldest professions in the history of man. You think back to ancient Egypt and stuff, like when people are trading wheat bushels for jewels or whatever it is, someone in the background is chiseling or writing on papyrus, here's the trade that happened. So there's a lot of information. So even before the abacus, there was just papyrus and chisels and rocks and things like that. But truly technology has been an incremental tool that has allowed us to continue to do what we do as accountants in a better and better way. And just like Amanda had said, we need to take those tools now and continue to integrate them into what we're doing so that we can continue to bring more and more value to organizations. Automation has been around for a long time. People have already been talking about RPA, robotic process automation. A lot of these things aren't new. There are newer applications for some of these things that we're doing, but ultimately, a lot of things, it isn't just making our roles in the finance teams being more effective and efficient. It is taking us out of that box and making us more applicable to making strategic decisions and garnering out that information for management to make those decisions. And there's really 5 main ways that automation and AI are kind of influencing what we're doing and what finance teams are doing. Number one is it is really freeing capacity. So there are a lot of things that accounting teams and finance teams do that is very repetitive. So for many years, people have been looking at how can we take those processes, create a script or whatever it is to kind of automate those things so that we don't have to do those things. Number one, again, that takes a lot of that role away from people to do these manual tasks. So it kind of frees that up. Number two, it increases the accuracy of that. No more do you have fat fingers trying to manually input things as they go through along. So there's a lot of processes within each organization that can look at, and Amanda talked about the importance of processes, right? So the only thing with automation is to look at those processes and where can we add automation into these processes to make them better, whether it's account reconciliations, accounts payable, a lot of those things. We can spend less time compiling information and using the tools and automation to kind of help assist us and free us up for more of the strategic things. Number two is AI. So AI kind of takes that tool of automation and kind of gives it a bit of steroids. And no longer we're moving from writing scripts in different tools and being able to draw information up to now being prompt engineers. So now we're kind of switching from how do we properly code these things so that they're going to be doing these automation the same way every time to being able to use a prompt to ask the right questions of the AI to kind of give us a little bit more ability to do things like FP&A, like financial planning and analysis. So there's a lot of information now that we can start using where AI is now another tool that we can add into our processes that we've fully established over the years, where it kind of gives a lot more information around scenarios and things like that. Number 3, generative AI, even beyond some of the numbers and things like that. Because again, we're professionals now in the organizations that, even though our background has been numbers, it has given us the ability to be individuals and professionals who understand business, not just the numbers. So Gen AI, gives us that ability to take information and create reports, right? Create analysis for executives to be able to draw on that information. And instead of us typing up things, and then there still needs to be human in the loop, because AI is not infallible. It makes things up sometimes, so the importance of having people like accountants there to ensure that whatever is coming out of these tools is factual. Because at the end of it, we've been talking about trust, right? And trust is the ultimate thing that we hold as professionals in the organizations that we serve. So we need to continue to use our skill sets, even in the age of AI, to ensure that there's trustworthy information coming out of these tools. 4 is really strengthening risk management control. So Amanda talks about that as well as part of her pillars. It's every decision that an organization makes centers on risk versus opportunity. Right? There's always a pull and push between, well, how risky is that? And the more risky, often there's more opportunity for us to be able to kind of add value to the organization. So technology is able, again, being able to kind of draw on that those different tool sets to be able to look at fraud detection and things like that, and revenue leakage and control exceptions. Again, it's taking a lot of those manual processes out of the hands of people so that we can start analyzing some of the information that's coming out of these tools as opposed to creating those spreadsheets and things like that. And finally, number 5 is, because of the tools and the technology, we're able to step out of our roles as dealing with a lot of numbers and spreadsheets and things like that. So it gives us that ability to spend more time on strategic information and being able to draw on the information that typically we have created in the past and now create business insights that we can then bring to you. And Nneka said it perfectly, to say, we need to be there as decisions are being made as opposed to afterwards, right? Like, no more is there an expectation that all we do is provide historical information, but now we're expected and we should be grabbing those opportunities to provide predictive analysis, where we're given lots of information that we, with our business mindset and training and experience that we've had, can take the insights from the data that typically we've created to now bring those strategic insights. So there's a lot of, again, it's not necessarily the case of AI is stealing all of our jobs. It's really enhancing our ability to add value to the organization. And tools will continue to invade our profession, and we have been pretty stoic in terms of being able to use that information to continue our adding value to the organization as opposed to being afraid of new technology. I think accountants and those of us got that background have truly been able to show over the decades, thousands of years, how we can take technology and make it something that enhances exactly to our organizations.
Thanks, Andrew. Does anyone have anything to add to that? Okay, perfect. Well said. Thank you, Andrew. So, just to wrap up this section, this first round, please, like I said, if you have any question after Amanda, so Amanda is going to wrap up this round one. So feel free to just signify. So Amanda, Can you share an example where finance or accounting insights directly influence a major strategic decision or organizational transformation initiative?
Sure. So one example that I think is almost like classic, could have been in a university textbook, is one of the companies that I oversaw from an FP&A perspective, so the financial planning and analysis, would report their results based off regional offices. So they had a lot of offices in different locations, and customers were kind of connected to those locations, and so they would provide their results, by those locations. And we embarked on a journey kind of across a bunch of our companies to start to add additional KPIs to what we were reporting on and analyzing, and really getting back to that, what's actually driving the results. And one of those was to try and get down to customer level profitability. And it was a massive exercise because the data wasn't, organized that way. So there was a lot of, manual work and spreadsheets involved in figuring it out. But for this one company, what was discovered is their largest, most profitable office was actually really being subsidized by one large customer. And every other customer tied to that office and how they were doing business was actually losing money. And it was a pretty massive insight, and one that, even the business leaders who were really in tune with their customers just didn't realize, just because of how they were structured and how big some of the numbers were. And so that then led to obviously a lot of, work to work towards, getting all the customers, to a profitability, or thinking about if there was even a point in time where certain customers were worth losing at renewal time because they weren't profitable. So I think that's, a really telling example of how we keep score, right? And understanding, how the game is played and what's driving the results is really important. And so, to the point of a lot of the comments here, as technology advances, what can hopefully happen is that analysis will become a lot easier. But what needs to be done first was kind of the human insights of how to even think about the data and how to change how the data was being even reported in the first place to be able to get those results. There would have been no way for any sort of AI agent to have taken the information we had and figured that out either, because it involved actual conversation and analysis and understanding of what was going on to get it to that point. So that's one example that I have of where that finance insight really made a big difference.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. So we're now at the question and answer session. If you have a question, just signify, raise your hand, or you can just write, then we can just get that. Any question, any reaction to any of the panelists, or to all of the panelists, or maybe you want to kind of share some insight, practical insight from your own perspective, and you want us to kind of, today, just raise your hand, feel free. Again, like we said, it's going to be more interactive, and the panelists are, we get to kind of answer any of the questions that you may have. Okay, so number one, any other questions? So let me just know. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So past chair, Oladimeji 1, then number 2, then number 3, then number 4. So Claude.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thanks for the panelists. Excellent job. Amanda, you put it excellently. Awesome. I think in summary of what I really about this is we as an accountant traditionally we usually keep our accounting calm instead of opening that calm and look beyond keeping this course. I want to give an example where I work. My controller, about 2 weeks ago, the service people, they sent some requests to finance for payment. I think about $40, $50, not significant. Receipt was not attached. And when my controller saw it, oh, sorry, we cannot pay, we cannot pay. No, we cannot pay. Oh. And they couldn't understand why you cannot pay. Oh, because you did not attach receipt, blah, 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 blah. And when they came to me and said,
do you have that experience in doing video?
you need
I've always doing that. You need to be learning it. Come on, try.
Yes, I know there must be receipts. But in this case, there's no receipts. Maybe you have honest mind. What can they do for you today? But not just for you to say, no, I can't pay this.
Yeah, the way I do video
is but I need this,
smaller camera. You need to know how to use the gimbal.
The merchant to get a copy.
If you want to learn today, then learn today.
Do another step.
For basic stuff.
Even if at the end
No, I don't know
get
those steps.
anything.
Exactly. Those steps. So that's I need to change settings now. I want to see this kind. So I'm not sure if that's settings.
Rather than just pushing back, no, I cannot pay. So
let's try
that's the type of thing that I'm getting from you. And
Also,
also the challenges of AI now is more than for us alone. Our clients, they also have access to AI. All your terminology, cash flow, balance sheet that you use to bamboo them. They know everything.
Yeah.
They don't time with the Google AI and they have all those information. Before they come to you, you now need to add real value, not just debit and credit and all those things we use to bamboo them in those days. And for people like us who qualified almost 40 years ago, and we are still getting relevant to today. When I started my accounting career, no computer, you don't even talk of it. We talk of ledgers, Kalamazoo ledgers, and all those. You want to do bank rec, you have to do this, that. Bank rec will take you 2 weeks, 1 month, if you are good as a data. But now, on your fingertips, system will do bank rec for you. Then you'll be able to do meaningful decision making around the bank rec so that you don't waste your time on routine tasks. And of course, all those knowledge that we have, they are transferable skills, which helps us into the AI region. Thanks a lot. Wonderful topic.
All right, thank you, sir. That's amazing. Thank you very much. So see yourself as partners, not just, I can't pay. That's a good one. Thank you, sir. Number 2.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the panelists. My question goes to one. We talk about the impact, creating value in the industry. But the biggest industry in the whole world is the government industry that impacts every other industry, including you and I, including our next generation. Can't we function in that industry? And if we can, why is it not protected? Number 2 goes almost the same way. We learned about economy since almost maybe the oldest person 70, 80 years old here. Our accountant here. Has it been increasing? Has it been improving? Is it getting better? I mean, if accountants can't contribute to the economy or value creation in the country, who else? Will it be an engineer? Will it be a medical doctor? Why can't those value reflect in our economy? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I guess good question. So we're going to take all the questions, then we just have the panelists to, react to those questions. No, number 3. Yeah. Yes, number 3. So you can be number 5. Yes. So we have number 3. So you're number 5. Yeah. Thank you. Number 3. Then I think number 4 is there.
Thank you so much. My membership, no, 12781. Yeah, 12781. Yes. My name is Deborah, and I'm a public practitioner right now.
And my question is, there has been some discussion on LinkedIn about bookkeepers and accounting. We are emphasizing on accountants being advisors, being partners to business owners, advising them, which that's my forte. Well, we've had issues about what we are leaving behind the bookkeepings of this world, the scorekeeping. We're leaving it behind, and we're having challenges because non-professionals are handling it right now. And that is the basis of our advice to other people. What is your take on it? How we can create value in that realm, not focusing on it day to day, but creating value down there before we get to that top level.
Good question. Thank you. So, yeah, number 4 there. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Amada, for setting the ground to this topic, and I want to also appreciate Andrew for throwing light on the AI aspect of this. My question is, as an accountant, as we continue to embrace AI, the question is, how do we ensure that we address the risk that is coming up as a result of this use of these tools, particularly in the area of data breach? We have seen several cases where companies are coming out saying that the organizations have exposed their data and they are demanding for final penalties. Thank you very much.
Great, excellent question. Thank you, sir. So lastly, this Q&A, number 5, before we circle back to the panelists. Number 5. We have
Okay. So thank you very much to the speakers. My question really is just some kind of observation I have had working with AI. And that question is, you might have addressed that in some of your conversations, but I just wanted to highlight it. Now that AI is everywhere, and what kind of tips can you give or emphasize to people who use AI? Because I'm tired of receiving tons and tons of pages of downloaded information from AI. So how can people actually make sure that they are making use of this AI for relevant value adding rather than just copying and dumping information? That's one. And then secondly, for organizations, how do you ensure that the intellectual properties, I mean, I don't know if that's out there. We are all relying on information from IT, from AI, and for the most part, we use that to develop so many things. So how do we potentially manage that? We may not all have the answers. Maybe you may have something to say concerning how that can be governed. Thank you.
excellent question. Thank you. Let's clap for all the questionnaire. I think we've got great questions today. Yeah, thank you so much. So I don't know, we can take in any other, if you want to react to any of the questions, feel free. Andrew? Yep.
I'll talk to the AI ones. So first, Olu was talking about AI risk. So AI risk is a huge issue, right? And there's, one of the other things that I hadn't discussed in terms of, the importance of, our profession, even in the proliferation of AI in our organizations, is not only in trust and ensuring that, the information that is coming out of these tools that our organizations are using, even outside of our finance teams, is really just ensuring that there are processes in place to ensure that the data that is being used and used for decision making and sometimes very important strategic decisions has trust built in. So there needs to be process to ensure that there is human in the loop and then things like that. The other thing that is really important is a lot of organizations have jumped on AI. Like, oh, we got to implement AI, or we're giving everyone licenses to AI, and everyone's got Copilot, but there's a cost. to that, right? And who's responsible for looking at the costs of these things? And the AI companies have started changing how they price out their pricing models for AI. And it is becoming increasingly important to understand the costs. I have one client who is trying to understand the costs and what it costs to kind of give different levels of AI abilities to all of their employees before they start looking at what are the different use cases that we can use AI, whether it's in finance or in other aspects of the organization. And it's got to be the accountants and the finance who have that understanding, like, hey, wait a second, AI is important, right? It's gonna provide value, but is the value for some of these things going to outweigh the costs, right? Because ultimately, we have to understand that, you know, even though it may add value, the costs may exceed that value to the organization. So we're an important part of that process to ensure that, you know, we're looking at what does it mean for our organization to add value from the use of AI. So that's very important as we kind of move into this new world. The other thing on tips on AI use, you know, going back to that, there are certain processes that organizations need to put in place to understand what makes the most sense for our organization and the use of either it's automation or AI. And there needs to be, you know, some form of assessment, whether it's, you know, even looking back to net present value, like who understands net present value better than accountants, right? So it's looking at what is the value that this is going to do, what are the different ways that my organization can use AI, and it's a lot of brainstorming, but ultimately at the end of it, there's a lot of analysis that has to happen. And Gen AI is one thing. Like, people are using it to create all sorts of garbage reports, right? There isn't necessarily a lot of thought that goes into that, and that becomes part of that whole process of saying, well, just because you wanted to take an early coffee break, you threw that into Copilot and gave me a report out of it, doesn't necessarily give the value that I'm looking for and the insights on the data that is doing. Because AI will give a certain amount of insight, but it doesn't understand your business as well as you do. And especially from the finance and the accounting backgrounds that we've got and understanding of that. So AI is not the tool that is going to solve all of our problems. It may solve a lot of them, but there's a lot of analysis that needs to go in so that we're doing it so that it is trustworthy and responsible implementation of AI, and then looking at, you know, what are the costs, and have we taken the time to analyze the costs against the perceived value that some of these tools will come out. Because there is, again, there's a lot of potential for the use of this tool, but we need to be kind of the level-headed part of the organization that steps back and says, oh, this is all exciting, but, you know, what does this mean, and is it actually going to add value to our organization?
Oh, great. Any addition, Doug? Do you want me to comment on a different question?
Yes, please. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be happy to take questions for you if that's all right.
Yeah.
On that is a great question around the bookkeeping and accounting and record keeping and keeping score. It is, as I mentioned in my remarks, I love playing the game, but a foundational skill that we each learn is the importance of keeping the score accurately. And sadly, that isn't something that all professions do. And you commented about examples of there's good bookkeeping and there's less good bookkeeping. And I think it's very important for us to help our clients, in the case of being in public practice, to help our clients actually genuinely understand what good bookkeeping is and what good bookkeeping is not. And this is very close to me personally. My wife worked for a CPA for years ago. For about a decade, her job was actually to undo the damage that poor bookkeepers did at that organization. And she built a profession on helping particularly small business clients who with good intentions, thought that asking their neighbor who maybe wasn't an accountant to help them with their bookkeeping, it turned out that wasn't the best advice that they've got. And so my encouragement to each of you is to help people understand the value that comes behind having that foundation, because without having that foundation in support of your business, be it big business or small business, you're setting yourself up for risk down the road. And being a professional accountant, we're well positioned to actually explain the value that comes behind having that foundation and how to establish that foundation early in setting up your business. So, great question, I love it.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Any other addition? I can speak to the question regarding the the government part. I know it's a great question. I mean, we have accountants. I mean, I work for the government, and I can speak a little bit to that. We have accountants in almost every industry. There's no industry that you go to that you will not see accountants. What is different in government though is that accountants have worked with the priorities from the government. And if I say government, you have the politicians, they make the priorities. In their campaign or in, whatever they say, they make some promises. And at the end of the day, when they get into offices, they make those priorities, program for accountant. Then accountant goes back and start thinking of, okay, what can we do, to ensure that these priorities are achieved. So that kind of make the work of accountants in government very tough because, different leaders, different governments have different priorities. So, coupled with our training, we evolve, we adjust, to ensure that those priorities are actually achieved. So when you see government achieving all those priorities, the bedrock of those things is the accountants, because the accountants are the one that make sure that they design the policies, they make sure that they design the programs, they make sure that they come up with, the strategy to ensure that those priorities are achieved. So yeah, you may say that, government, or maybe you're not seeing so much of the impact of accountant in government, but when those priorities are achieved, trust me, you can trickle it down to the work that the accountant has done. And it's very tough there. Because again, like I said, you have to start thinking, how do we kind of annex things to make sure that what kind of program are we going to start, what kind of program that we're going to implement. For instance, during COVID, I'll close on that. COVID created a lot of uncertainty, something unprecedented. And at that time, government needed to step in to give certain, programs to just alleviate, to help, the people, in ensuring that the stress is reduced. So there are a lot of policies that came at that time. So accountant behind the scene has to make sure that, okay, so what do we need to do to implement all of these things? So the impact of those things that you're saying, you can trace it down to the work of the accountants. So on this note, unfortunately, we can't go beyond this. I'm sure you gained one or two things, from this conversation that we've had. And again, it doesn't end here. We still have a session later today. Then we have like 3 sections tomorrow. So we're going to continue the conversation to make sure that, we take something very strong out of the conference. So as the moderator of the panelists, I would like to appreciate the panelists, in no particular order. Amanda, thank you so much for that great presentation. Thank you. That was good. That was excellent. So that kind of sets the ball for us. Doug, thank you so much for your great insights. That's great. And I also want to appreciate Andrew. Thank you so much. And to my ICAN colleague, Ineka herself, thank you very much for gracing to be here. And I can't forget myself as well, right?
Thank you. Great moderator.
Thank you. So I'm going to pass it on to the MC. Thank you.
Okay. Wow, what can we say? Please, let's give it up for them again. This is the saying, hearing from the horse's mouth. These are professionals and these are experts. These are actually doing what they say. And we can see all of the insights that have been provided today. We can only say thank you again so much. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for them again. Okay, so now we are going to call on the past chair, Mr. Kola Oladimeji, FCA, to formally appreciate the paper presentation. Let's give up.
You have this? Esther? Is this here?
No.
Good afternoon once again. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon once again. Thanks for everyone for the start of the session. I want to start the appreciation from Amanda, who she started the program or the topic or the session with practical examples. And unlike most of the other presentations from several other meetings, they are more like theoretical. But the way you presented it, even though most of those things we knew them, but they came back to us and you were able to go through the importance of all those things, and we really, really appreciate all your efforts. Myself, I took down some notes, and apologies when I wanted to speak the other time. The protocol of ICAN, when you want to speak, you identify yourself, your name, your membership number. That's the tradition of ICAN. So my name is Kola Oladimeji, my membership number is 5096. So from your presentation on value creation, Amanda took us through the key behavioral competencies that we're supposed to have. All those four behavioral competencies, she summed up everything under those four. Keep up with the tools. As accountants, we need to be conversant with all the tools that we use in our organization for us to be relevant, for us to create value. The era has gone beyond paper. You need to use the tools of your clients, not only your spreadsheet, go beyond your spreadsheet. So it is very absolutely important. We need to be proactive, just like you said. We appreciate that. Most importantly for us as accountants, we need to build relationships. You cannot create any value in any organization where you don't build relationship. Gone are the days when accountants sit in their four-corner piece silo. But today, you want to be a value-creative person. You need to mix with other people, build relationship outside your finance. And also, we communicate effectively within the organization. Yes, there are policies, there are this, there are that, but the policies and all those things are to guide the business. But unfortunately, we accountants, we take them as cast in stone. Oh, the policy says this, that. And you don't want to go ahead to let people know how the policy impacts them, what they can do. But rigidly, we want to apply. Policies are there to make things easy for people. If there's need for you to review the policy, you can make the move if you want to add value to the business. We need to be a change agent. We need to be a change agent. And for all these facts and points, you've reminded us a lot. So I really appreciate all those. Even sharing your key success factors, implementing processes, recognize and reward talents, all those are facts that makes us to be a value creative business partners. Thank you once again. And for all the panelists, you brought in wealth of experience. If I sum up your years of experience, 30, 40, we have almost 200 years of experience here. So thank you so much. We really appreciate every one of you, and looking forward to seeing you in our future sessions. Thanks a lot.
right, team, please let's make it louder for the panel. It's a very interesting session. Has been alluded to by everyone that has been here. Well done, team. Thank you very much. Please step down for a group photograph with the ICAN president, ambassador, and the other dignitaries. Please put your hands together for them once again. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I will make welcome to the podium Mr. Festus at DBC FCA. He will be speaking on professional ethics of ICAN members.
I'm standing in as a placeholder for our registrar. Actually, this is the first time that our registrar wasn't able to join us because he's one of our regulars because of his interest in the district as part of the whole body of ICAN. I will quickly go through his profile before working on the presentation. Dr. Olasunkanmi, popularly called MC Papa, is a Nigerian. He is a multidisciplinary professional with over 18 years experience in accounting, taxation, consulting, forensic auditing, corporate governance, business growth and recovery, teaching, and many others. He is a seasoned paper presenter at both local and international seminars and workshops. He has worked in both private and public sector of the country. He worked as an accountant for Harper Consultant, Akure in Ondo State, Nigeria, management accountant at accounting software facilitator at AJ Silicon Technology Co-Company, Lagos. He's also manager, finance and accounts of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, Lagos, where he left to join Ekiti State Government as head, fund management unit in the office of the State Accountant General, Ado Ekiti. He returned from public sector to serve as the director, head, finance and accounts, the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, and rose to become the registrar chief executive. He is a visiting, or what we also call adjunct lecturer to Oge Business School, Leeds City University, Ogun State Institute of Technology, and many others. He's a consultant to Rebecca Charles International, Telap Global Concept Limited, Mafobil Consulting Limited, UAE, and many more. Dr. Olasunkanmi is currently the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is happily married with children. That's the profile, just a very compressed profile of our able registrar. Yeah. I'll be going into the paper presentation. The paper is based on professional ethics in accounting profession, the architecture of trust. When we talk about issue of ethics, we look at the trust ledger. ICAN is special because we have the ICAN ecosystem and what we refer to generally as the guardians of the financial system. ICAN have the mandate of regulating education, certification, and discipline in the public interest. We have the network of 96 district societies globally. We also have 30 governing council members. 24 of them are elected, and 6 are nominated by the government. In total, we have 72,006 chartered accountants, and we have 36,669 accounting technicians. And in the pipeline, that is those that are aspiring to become a member of the Institute as certified accountants or chartered accountants. We have 40,000 professional students, and we also have 15,000 students for the ATWA. That's Account Technician Scheme for West Africa. We have the Governing Council that carries out the oversight and stewardship functions. They are the policy formulation team. They also handle the strategic direction for the Institute. They are in charge of approval of budget and expenditures. They also monitor compliance with the ICAN Act. Then the second wing, we have the two wings. The first wing is the council, and then the second wing is the secretariat that manages the execution and continuity of operations. They are involved in executing approved policies. They carry out advising on operational implications. They also maintain institutional continuity regardless of leadership changes. As we all know, I can't change leadership on a yearly basis. And because governance is a continuum, we have the secretariat helping to carry out the backup. Now, the structural flow of authority and advice in ICAN. We have the highest governing body, the Governing Council, that are saddled with the responsibility of the vision, strategy, financial stewardship activities of the Institute. We also have the office bearers that reports to the Governing Council. We have the President, the Deputy Vice Presidents. Strategic leadership activities are part of what they undertake between various leadership meetings. Within the office bearers, we also have the various committees that are responsible for review, recommendation, and escalation of various committee advice. In general, they do not perform management functions. They carry out much of advisory activities. And we now have the Office of the Registrar, the Chief Executive Officer, that is also accountable to the Council. They oversee activities of the secretarial directorates, like the Finance Department, the Information Technology, Education, HR, Legal Department. All the activities execution are under the duties of the registrar. Then we have the founding member status, the core group that Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria actually relates with. We have IFAC, that is global in nature. We have PAFA. We have ABWA, sub-regional or West Africa in coverage. We also have many organizations that ICAN already concluded mutual recognition with. We have the ICAEW, we have CIMA, we have CIPFA, and CPA Canada. Already we have mutual recognition with them, and there are some mutual recognition agreement going on that will help to expand our horizon. We are looking at organizations like CPA Canada, the ICAI in India, and then ICAG in Ghana. CPA Australia. I think I mentioned that first, or did I jump it? Oh, is Canada entering my brain? Please forgive me. It's CPA Australia. CPA Canada already concluded. Yeah, we've done the jollof for the mutual recognition. Why are we going to cook another jollof? This jollof is still in the making. That's for the Australian one. Now, we have what we call the founding equation of accounting. We have technical competence, ethical conduct that will be required as an addition to sustainable public trust. And when we have public trust, we talk about having investors protected, ensuring their credibility of financial reports, as well as sustainable economic development. But something is very vital. We can be good technically. We can be talking about sustainable public trust, but if ethical conduct is not there, then the entire equation will eventually collapse to zero, regardless of our technical competence. So, ethics is viewed as something very vital in order to allow us as accountants to be called accountants. In a very brief way, I want to define what professional ethics is all about. It refers to the principles, values, and standards that guide accountants in carrying out their responsibility with honesty, integrity, and accountability. Accountants will like equations. So, in an equation form, ethics is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. The duty of accountants gives us out to be someone or professionals that need to win public trust and their confidence. And how can we do that as accountants? There are certain important pillars, and they include having integrity, having objectivity as part of our major duties, or characteristics rather, professional competence and due professional care, confidentiality, as well as professional behavior. All these constitute the pillars that have to come together to help us gain or sustain public trust and confidence. We have what we call duality of independence. Independence comes in two major ways: independence of mind as well as independence in appearance. Now, independence, the moment there is any issue regarding independence, majority of the work done becomes subject to issues. Now, independent of mind is the ability to maintain an objective judgment. It is the internal mental state that permits the expression of a conclusion without being affected by influences that compromise professional judgment. That is the independence of mind. That is not enough. It must also be seen in appearance. In appearance, the public perception of independence is important. It is the avoidance of facts and circumstances that are so significant. A reasonable third party will conclude integrity or objectivity has been compromised. So it's not just enough to say we are independent. It must be seen in the appearance of our activities. There are issues many times, including issue of structural stress. When we have issues regarding structural stress, there are ways that the profession, through ethical guidelines, have helped us to diagnose and neutralize this structural stress. We have the stress come in form of threats. We have some symptoms or examples of such threats, and we also have what we refer to as structural safeguards. The structural safeguards are ways for us to be able to quickly respond to such issues. We have self-interest threat that can come in form of bonus linked to profit. How do we solve such structural issues? We have independent review and the audit committee function, helping to douse or minimize the threats. Then we have self-review. We have auditing your work or your own previous work. One of the ways to douse such tension is rotation of audit partners, as well as having the issue of quality controls. We have issue of advocacy threat, situation whereby as an accountant, we promote our clients' activities, most especially their shares. We have ways to control that by declining the engagement if we felt our independence may be affected. Also, consultations can be made. Issue of familiarity threat can be in form of auditing a close relative, and in order to minimize such threat, we can have partners rotated. Also, independent peer review can be of help. They are what we refer to as intimidation threat. Intimidation threat can come in form of dismissal from management, all because we are doing what we felt is right. And how can we do that? How can we minimize such? I can have reporting protocols. Also, we have the audit committee that can also intervene, so we can do our work as professionals. We have the ethical decision engine that can help in order to identify issues regarding ethics. They can come in form of identifying threats, evaluating such threats, applying various safeguards, and proceed or decline what can constitute such threat to ethical decisions. We have conceptual application of the code. We have the ethics in public practice, which focus more on external oversight and validation. And we also have the professional in business that focus in internal corporate stewardship. We have structural collapse protocol that deals with the disciplinary process. If there are ethical issues, we have various levels of how to get them resolved. The first level talks about warning. Here, formal documentation of minor infractions can be made. And at the second level, we have the reprimand. At that level, severe censure can be placed on a professional's record. And at the third level, we have issue of suspension. This may be temporal removal of the practice right of whoever is involved in ethical issues. Level 4 can lead to withdrawal, that is complete revocation of the practice license of such members. And at the next level, which is level 5, is expulsion, permanent removal from the institute registrar. And level 6, if it has to do with criminal activities, the institute never take it for granted. They can refer such issues to the state authorities for criminal proceedings. We've had some practical applications. For example, the expense postponement scenario, where management issues a direct request to postpone recording of current period expenses to artificially inflate reported profit. We know when we reduce expenses, profit will be inflated. How do we solve such problem at the institute level? We have the diagnostic breakdown. Identify the threat, and then there want to identify what actually constitutes the threat, and if the pillars, that is the pillars that hold, the 5 pillars that hold the threat responses are affected. That is things like integrity, misleading information, and co, as well as objectivity issues are affected. They want to actually know that. The accountant, as a professional, must refuse the adjustment, utilize the ethical decision framework to consult audit committee, as well as ultimately decline the engagement or resign if management persists, as accurate reporting is a non-negotiable standard. So as professionals, we must hold the professional standard high. What are the bedrock of corporate governance as accountant that we also supposed to uphold? We have accountability, transparency, fairness, responsibility, as well as sustainability. The evolving frontier of trust. There are certain things that are coming up, most especially in the areas of technology, that as accountants, we are expected to also flow along and still uphold our trust expectation. We have the issue of artificial intelligence and big data, cybersecurity and data privacy, ESG reporting, as well as blockchain and cryptocurrency. All these are redefining the status of what we used to know. And nevertheless, despite the fact that there are a lot of changes coming up, as accountants, we still have to act professionally. We have the institutional guardrails. For the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, we have the internal mandates, that is mandatory annual ethics training and workshop, something like what we are doing right now. Then we have the ICAN Students Code of Conduct that instill ethics on time, catch them early for students. We also have the measurement reporting, whereby we have the ICAN Accountability Index, to assess public entity transparency. The issue of whistleblower protection framework is also upheld significantly by the Institute. And we have the external enforcement, that is active partnership with external organizations such as EFCC, the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria also. That's FRCN. We have several legal escalation processes. When things have actually degenerated, it's very important that we are aware that the Institute have the process. We have step 1, that is the investigating panel. They carry out investigation of what must have actually happened. Then we have the disciplinary tribunal. The ultimate internal authority within the Institute, they carry out the exact legal equivalence of a Nigerian High Court. And then the last, or the most extreme, is the step 3, the appellate court. After the decision has been made at the level which is equivalent to the High Court, then we have the appeal that bypass lower courts and go directly to the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court of Nigeria. They carry out uncompromising regulatory oversight. I will be rounding up very soon. So we have the diagnostic matrix. How do we navigate these dilemmas? So we have the ethical dilemma and then the accountability dilemma. Ethical dilemma can come in form of a difficult decision where doing the right thing may lead directly to negative personal or professional consequences, where we have conflict between carrying out the right action and thinking about the personal cost. And then the accountability dilemma is a situation where fulfilling one's core duty inevitably compromises another, or we have what we call conflict with accountability to multiple stakeholders. Conflict of duty against another duty. Okay? Jump this. Now, I want to summarize quickly that integrity is something that the Institute never takes for granted. And what is integrity? It is the currency of the accounting profession. Once lost, it is difficult to regain. At this point, I want to thank you for your time and then for your support for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. DBC. That was a very thorough paper presentation. Please, let's give him a round of applause again. Integrity is the currency. So without integrity, we are nowhere. So thank you, sir, for reminding each and every one of us again to make sure we are applying integrity in everything that we do. So for the next, if you would just give me just 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back. Just 2 minutes, actually. I'll be back with the announcement of what we're going to do next. Thank you very much for your understanding and patience. God bless us. Guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our next section focuses on a topic that lies at the heart of sustainable success. And that topic is effective collaboration and strategic leadership. In today's rapid evolving business landscape, technical expertise, as we learned earlier, alone is no longer enough. The leaders who make the greatest impact are those who build strong partnership. Our past chair reminded us of relationship just as well as the panelists. ensures collaboration, and lead with strategic vision. As accountants, our role continues to expand beyond reporting numbers to influence decisions, enabling transformation and creating lasting values. At this time, I'm going to crave your indulgence to join me to welcome to the podium our next speaker in the person of Mrs. Elizabeth Ajibola, FCA, FCCA, CPA, MSc. Please, let's welcome her to the podium. Thank you. Please welcome our own. She's my own very person. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to read quickly her profile. Elizabeth Ajibola, MSc, CPA, FCCA, FCA, is the Director of Finance and Operations at Manitoba Habitat Conservancy, where she leads financial strategy, operational excellence, and cross-functional collaboration for a not-for-profit charitable organization. In this role, she has driven a time-based, functional, fixed, and flexible budgeting process that delivers board-approved budgets before the start of each fiscal year. She achieved unqualified audit opinion while leading the organization through a complex transition of the accounting system from a government department to a charitable organization. Mrs. Elizabeth Ajibola specializes in strategy, financial leadership, not-for-profit compliance, and system transformation with a focus on building finance teams that partner effectively with operation and governance. Mrs. Elizabeth is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria and has served in various committees in the past. She holds other accounting designations, for example, FCCA UK and CPA Canada. She volunteers at times to serve in various organizations such as Harvest Manitoba, Parent Advisory Council of her kids' school, and the Financial Literacy Committee of CPA Canada. Today, Elizabeth will share insight on effective collaboration for strategic leadership to help finance and operations leaders align people, processes, and data-driven impact. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together again. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I'm going to stand on the existing protocol and just hit the ground running. But before I hit the ground running, as I was preparing for this paper, I remembered that the last time that I stand on this kind of podium for ICAN Canada was 10 years ago. I was fresh, coming from Nigeria. I was invited to present a paper, 2016 conference. So it's 10 years, and I'm back here. Thank you. So I want to appreciate ICAN Canada for the platform, for the privilege to be back. The topic is effective collaboration for strategic leadership. So this topic is going to echo out over and over again. All the speeches that you've heard, all the discussions that the panelists have discussed, so it's just going to drive home in deeper depths all that has been said, just like it's been stated earlier. So it's kind of looking so simple. It's not accounting oriented, but it's a complex one. So complex to deal with, taking into consideration what's going on in the world globally. So, taking into consideration what's going on globally, in the world today, everyone wants to specialize in something. Specialization is the order of the day. And most of the time, we often request subject or technical experts in handling responsibility. We need somebody that could do this to be the one doing it. So now, how do we embrace collaboration? And we're not talking about collaboration as it is. We're talking about authentic collaboration that isn't forced, to ensure that all of our expertise does not stand in the way of progress. You know, sometimes when you bring technocrats into the room, everyone wants their voice to be heard, and you kind of have disruption instead of having solution, because A is saying this, B is saying this, and how do we bring all of this technical expertise together in the same space and have the required solution that we want? So this afternoon, we'll be focusing on how to collaborate effectively to drive strategic leadership. Before I move forward, I would like you to look at your neighbor very well, because you must like your neighbor today, either you like it or not. Number one, because you'll be engaging each other. So you'll be discussing, you'll be sharing ideas. There's no one solution fits all. So we're here to learn from one another. So make sure you really like who you're sitting with, because they have to share with you and you have to share with them. And no, it's not allowed. So if you don't like them, start liking them by force. Okay. So before we go into the discussions and all those stuff, I trust the co-host to let me know when it's time to pause. We are collaborating. We're managing time so that we don't eat cold lunch. At the same time, we don't waste time waiting for lunch while we're not doing anything. So we're collaborating. So let me know when it's time to pause and we go, yeah. So before going into all that detail, I'd like to start with the fact that when you look at every good building, what makes the building good is the foundation. Once the foundation is faulty, the building is as good as gone, irrespective of the coloring or the painting. But once the foundation is bad, the building is as good as gone. And also, no good apple falls from a bad tree. So in this first session, we'll be drilling down into what makes the foundation of effective collaboration for strategic leadership. We look at context and purpose, and we look at why collaboration to us as an accountant matters in strategic role. So I'll start with a story. In Manitoba, we have a jet team. I'm a fan of Manitoba Moose. So I'm going to use this hockey story to drive home today's topic. So this hockey story happened in 1980. It's called Miracle on the Ice. In 1980, U.S. men's hockey team beat the Soviet powerhouse and won Olympic gold. It's something out of the blues, not expected, but it did happen. It's a unique achievement for the U.S. men's hockey team. Now, what made it work wasn't individual talent alone. That's not what made it work. What made it work it's 4 factors that I'm going to touch on, as you can see on the screen. The first thing that happened to them as a team, why they were able to win that Olympic gold, is the fact that they got to a level whereby they were united, even though there was prayer. They were facing the best team as of that time. Literally, they could have prepared their mind for second place or for anything, but they were unified under prayer. So as an accountant, there's several times in our life that your key stakeholder needs something from you. They need this information to make decision. There's this prayer from right, from left, from center. That's not the time to do divide and rule among your team. It's a time for your team to come together so that you could achieve the desired outcome. So they were united under prayer. A lot of things happened to them. Their coach, Al Brooks, have a mix of college players who never played together. So they weren't training together before. But this is a situation, it just brought all of them together. And it forced them to train as one unit. At that time, he also has his son on the team. He cut his son out of the team. So there was no sentiment like, oh, this is my son, you must be on the team. He cut his son out of the team and brought a team of people that never played together, brought them together, and they played. And they played together until the name on the front mattered the most to them. For a lot of us, it's the glory of, I am the one contributing. This is what I'm doing. That's what makes it difficult for us to make progress, to collaborate effectively. When it no longer matters who is doing what, when what matters is what are we achieving collectively, then we can make it, just like they made it. The second factor that I want to bring out is their shared purpose over ego. The team adopted a very fast conditioning-based style that leveraged their strengths as a group, not as stars. We are together. I have this slogan that I use everywhere that I go to. And I try to make my team to realize it. That my definition of team is together, everyone achieves more. That's my definition of team. It's been part of me, and I kept using it, and it's working. It's not about me achieving anything. It's together. Everyone achieves more. And when that culture sinks into your team, then you can collaborate effectively. It's no longer, oh, I did this, you did that. It's about, this is where we are as a team. Number 3 thing is the fact that the trust was built through conflict. They had their early losses. There were brutal practices because they never played together before. They were brought together, co-ops. Just like when you get to an office and you're just thrown in the midst of this new set of colleagues and you're trying to find your footing. So they were brought together, but also they trusted one another. For most of us accountants, we have previous experiences and we bring it into new space of work that we're in. And that automatically gives us a prejudice. We no longer deal with them the way we should deal with people. We have some things at the back of our mind. And that affects our relationship, our collaboration. Some will like, oh, the last time I did this, something happened, then you cover data. Data that if someone else looks at, they will make more meaningful information out of it. And that will shine light on your entire team. But because you covered it, you want to be the one to present. The errors in there where it wouldn't be discovered. And by the time you present it to the greater house, they'll be like, oh, what is this? It's rubbish. Take it away. Something that could have been celebrated. So, trust through conflict. Even though you've had previous experiences, still trust. By game time, this team that never played together, they knew each other's move and relied on each other. And finally, complementary roles. You know, there were scorers, there were grinders, there were goalies, you know, different roles. And one thing that I've come to realize in the course of my career is that there's some things that no matter how professional I am, I don't do well in them. There's someone in my team that could do well. Sometimes I get one of my team to manage my time. I know I'm the one I'm going to do the work, but I fix meeting with them, and we start talking through it. And at the end of the day, they start pointing out, you have to get this, it's board material, you have to get it. But somebody is actually managing me and making sure that all the T's and all the I's are being crossed. Our ego will be like, okay, since I'm the one I'm still going to get it, I'm going to get it done. And by the time you are getting it done, you might not get it done right. So someone is out there checking you, even as the manager, that these things you haven't done it, or these things you've done it. So, yeah. And take away from this hockey team is the fact that the miracle of their winning happened because a group of amateurs were committed to a common goal. They trusted the process and played for each other, not against each other. Talent helped them, that's fine, but collaboration won it. They were all talented. With individual talent, they wouldn't get it done. But what made them to win? It's because they collaborated. Every game has rules. For us as accountants, we have our rules. The 1980 USA team beat the best in the world because every player knew their role, trusted the system, and played for the name on the front. In our departments, the name on the front for most of us accountants, it's accurate financial statement, annual reports. That's the name on the front. But that name on the front wouldn't come out clear and shiny if the AP person code one GST wrong. If they called it right, then AR could forecast cash flow accurately. And if AR could forecast cash flow accurately, controller can advise the CEO correctly. No one wins alone. Like the USA team, we collaborate, we condition for prayer, and we execute the game plan. And that is strategic leadership. So, from the USA team, 4 points. Team spirit, no qualifications. Communication, document processes, and strategy, it's greater than reaction. Okay, so we keep running. Why they fix the clicker? Looking at the context and purpose of effective collaboration, the first building block there is strategic discipline. So it's strategic discipline. Effective collaboration is a foundational capability for strategic leadership. And it's something that we can't trivialize. It's not a soft skill. A lot of people would think it's a soft skill. Strategic discipline, it's what directly influences our performance. It's not working. Sorry about that. So the objective of this section, it's not to say collaboration is a soft skill, but it's a strategic discipline. And this discipline influences our financial performance, influences governance quality, and long-term value creation. For us as an accountant, okay, so looking at effective collaboration for strategic leadership, context and purpose. The first key point here is that collaboration is strategic discipline. So it's not soft skills, so to say, because it's something that you have to be intentional about. One thing that I discover is that when I do things, I can do it faster. When I show people how to do it, it's taking me time, but it's an investment. When I'm doing it faster, I don't see some blind spots. When you train someone to do it, the first time is going to take you faster, but subsequently they are going to see some blind spot that you never saw, and they will want to improve on what you've trained them on, and then you have value for training them. So it's going to take time from you. So you have to be disciplined about it. If not, you'll be locked up in the fact that I can get it done faster. And you'll be doing the same thing over and over again without actually improving on the process or on your deliverables. So it's discipline. Also, collaboration, it's about role expansion. For us as an accountant, most times we throw figures together and we say, this is it. With the age that we are in, it is essential for us as accountants, if we must truly act as trusted advisors, business partner, or steward of organizational integrity, to collaborate. And I'm going to give an example of the business where I work. Where I work, it's an organization I've never heard of before, all my accounting life in Nigeria. It's like investing in the environment. So they have a unique business template that it's not like you see manufacturing or you see trading and you just go with it. So they have their unique business templates. And for me to function as an accountant, there are various steps that I have to take. Number one is that I have to get out of my seat and go to the bush with them to see what they're doing. When they're saying they conserve land, so what are you conserving? When they said they restore land, what are you restoring? What does it entail? How does it happen? And I have to see the wetlands that they are conserving, the land that they are trying to mitigate. I have to see all of that. And I discovered that without me getting out from my seat and getting into the field, sitting down with them, discussing with the people that are implementing, all I will ever do is to just add figures together. And I wouldn't matter in the whole affairs of things. So you need to start thinking about the fact that Accounting is no longer, okay, you bring the invoice, I put it in, and I get the financial statement, just like we've heard before. So we need to see it as you have a role expansion. We're going to stop here because I think the lunch is ready. And also, okay. Also, we can see balancing objectivity and trust. We can see cross-functional engagement. As an accountant, you should be engaging other departments in the organization. Sit down with them, talk with them. And that's why whatever they're thinking will be an input into what you are building, into the figure, the way you interpret it for them. It will be part of it. And I want us to do this assignment before we go because it's better for us to wrap up. So on your seat where you are, I want you to discuss with your team on your seat the following questions. Collaboration in your role. What does it look like? Where does collaboration most impact your current role? Which stakeholder do you collaborate with most and least? What are the consequences when collaboration breaks down? 1 minute. Can you quickly talk to each other and let's wrap up from there? So where does collaboration most impact your current role? Which stakeholder do you collaborate with most and least? Who do you need to talk to? And what are the consequences when collaboration breaks down? Yeah, you should pick up from here because it will be like not giving them what they need. So.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Elizabeth Ajibola FCA. Put your hands together for her. We've been talking about effective collaboration for strategic leadership. However, it's about time we go to collaborate in the kitchen. And that's why you see me here. We are sorry to break that session. It's a very important session, and you could see the way she started, taking us through the rudiments and gradually. So we'll be back to continue that session in the next 40 minutes. But now, for the next 40 minutes, we'll go and collaborate in the kitchen. Thank you very much.
No, basically, I was telling someone outside, like, I'm heavy now. So if I'm heavy, I can't imagine everyone else being same, right? But we'll run through it. We've dealt with basically the foundation, the things that we need to know, and where we stopped was where we kind of do a sort of thinking on where does collaboration most impact my role? Which stakeholder do I need to collaborate with most and least? And what are the consequences when collaboration breaks down? I believe we all know that one critical reason collaboration is essential is the increasing complexity of business models and regulatory environments. And the age we are in now, it's no longer about data that you have. Before now, you have data, you push the data out, everybody celebrates you. Now it's what is your data saying? Data alone does not drive outcome. Interpretation of it, alignment of it, and execution across functions does. So as accountant now, there's a need for us to have a shift from where we are to where we need to be. We are all technical experts in our rights, but the era of just being technical experts, it's gone. The era we're in now is the era of being strategic business partner. accountant as a strategic leader. Now, when you're talking about being strategic business partner, we are more or less like the back office. But as much as we have the back office, it's our reports that goes out to the external stakeholder majorly, except if you're in an organization like mine, whereby they want to see the land, the acres that you conserve, what you did on the landscape needs to be included. But most organizations, what they need to do to see is the financial statement and the annual report. But now, the age we are in now, the people that are giving you money, like in my industry, need to see the map of the land that you conserve. They need to see how many staffs worked on this project and what they did. So for you as an accountant to be able to report back to them, because it's not the program staffs that are going to report back to them, it's still the accountant. And now you can't sit down in your office and get all of those data without collaborating with the people that are actually working on the landscape. So there's a shift from being just the technical experts in the room to being the strategic leadership. There's a shift from just presenting data, from translating the data to people that matter. There's a shift from being a silo person, like getting it done and just throwing it out there, to collaborating and building relationship. And there's a shift from just we make profit to what else it's your report saying. Apart from, okay, we have money, we spent money, we're okay, we have net surplus or whatever, what are the other indices that we can infer from your report? Are we going to have funding for the next 5 years, or are we not going to have fundings? All of those need to come into play. So for us as accountants, there's this demand to kind of, yes, we have everything we need technically. Now we need to move on to where we start interfacing and collaborating with other people. Now, we have another discussion questions that we'll be doing on our desk. So, number one question is, how are you currently influencing strategic decisions in your various roles? The first thing you need to ask, am I influencing? If you're influencing, how are you currently influencing it? The second one is, what is that thing that is limiting your ability to act as strategic advisor? What are those factors that's kind of placing embargo, that doesn't allow them to see you as someone they could invite to management meetings, to meetings where they decide if they're going to do something or not? What are those things that are limiting your ability from acting as a strategic advisor? And what skills would amplify your leadership impact? What skill will amplify your leadership impact? Can we just chat within our desk for 1 minute? Just chat with your friends on the desk and hear from them on this question. Make sure you're sharing. Don't hoard information. Someone is willing to learn from you. Are we sharing? We have 59 seconds left. the best way to do it, because we're going to have other slides that we're discussing, maybe we get someone to discuss one particular slide. Okay, thank you. Strategic leadership is not about reinventing the wheel. You're already a technical expert, so you have all that it takes. So we're not asking you to reinvent the wheel. But what's going to take you from a technical expert to being a strategic leader? It's collaboration. It's a bridge between the two. There's so many things that I don't know that I have to depend on people that we're working together to get the knowledge. And when I get the knowledge from them and I'm talking where it matters, it's as if I know everything. But I do not know everything. I have to tap into someone's wisdom, someone's knowledge, someone's pool of idea to now matter. So we are not asking you to reinvent the wheel. Okay, let's keep going. Now, as a strategic leader, it doesn't matter how much you know. If you can break it down for people that matter to understand it, then it's as good as you know nothing. Most of the time as accountants, we are the technical guru in the room. The people that we are talking to that need to understand what we're saying, they do not know anything about debit credits. And they don't even care about what you're saying, debit, I have to debit this, I have to do this. What matters to them is, how does this impact the overall goal of the organization? Are we going to, is this in alignment with our vision, with our mission, with our objectives? Will this help us to achieve our objective? Will this help us to get more funding? Okay, you're saying we are in deficit. Okay, so what will this now do for us? Are you going to come up with something that we have to do to get more funding so that we are no longer in deficit? So it passes you throwing figures out and being a watchdog than now it has crossed to, okay, what can we do? I'm going to give an instance. So we have a budget for this year. And all through the budget, we forgot that we're going to do fundraising this year. So there was no budget for fundraising. And now there was this department that evolved and asked to do fundraising. And they're worried and concerned. Okay, no budget for us. So what do we do? Now I have to sit down with them. What do you want to do? You want to fundraise? Fundraising, we don't do it before. It's new because we used to be Crown Corporation. Now we are charitable organization, private. So it's a new opportunity for the organization. So what do we do? Now, bring your plan. We sat down at the table, I reviewed the plan. It's great. What does this mean? That means the budget of so amount wasn't approved by the board and you need to incur it. So the next thing that I have to say, document everything, do your costing, bring it, discuss it, I scrutinize it, then I told them, I'm going to present at the next board meeting. If the board passes it, then we still implement it. In the past, it's like, it's not in the budget, no way, we can't do it this year. But now it's about what is the objective of the organization? Where are we heading to? How will this impact our eventual outcome? And if this is going to impact greatly on our eventual outcome, it doesn't matter if it's in the budget. As long as we can create and make case for where the funding will be coming from. And in this case, it has to come from internally restricted fund for this year. And subsequent year, then you have to start thinking of you raising fund to meet your expenses. So we have to be flexible if we have to be a strategic leader that we ought to be. Not that it's this and it has to be. So, and apart from that, we need to break things down for people. And not just debit, credit, not big figures, not debit, not surplus. We need to communicate to them clearly. And we have to start thinking of our audience when we want to communicate. So it's not about what you prepare, what you want to say. It's about who am I saying it to? Who am I presenting this report to? How would they understand the report that I'm presenting? And transparent dialogue and trust. You know, we have talked about so many things. For you to be a strategic leader, you need, the first exercise that we had is, who are your stakeholders? So you need to identify your stakeholder and collaborate effectively with them. The same way you're going to collaborate with someone that needs money from you, it's not the same way you're going to collaborate with someone that is going to give you money. So you need to understand the relationship. Apart from understanding the relationship, you need to understand the business language that each of these stakeholders that they understand. So you don't speak Hausa language to me now when I do not understand Hausa language. There will be barrier, right? I won't understand what you're saying. So you don't only need to know what you want to say, but you have to place your audience as priority. Will this person understand what this report is saying? If not, how can I make them to understand it? That's collaboration. I've had to recommend to some of my management team to go for courses on accounting for non-finance managers so that they could have a little bit of understanding of what accounting is all about, so that when I'm saying some things, they will understand it. And same thing goes for us. So we have to prioritize our audience, and we have to identify key stakeholder, prioritizing them. We have to tailor our collaboration. So it's not one jacket size fit all. It's different ball game for different stakeholder. So you don't apply the same templates that you're using for external stakeholder to internal stakeholder. You don't apply the same template that you're using for your accounting folks to board member that is just volunteering their time and throwing 20-page report to them when you could make an executive summary of 1 page with everything there. So we need to do tailor collaboration. And we need to balance our roles and communication. For us to do this effectively, to collaborate effectively, there are basic foundations that we need to build. Number one is trust. So the people you're collaborating with must trust you. And to build trust, you need to interact more than, it's not just when you have something to communicate to them about work that you walk up to them. You need to have informal conversations. Let them get to know you so that they will feel safe around you when you're saying some things. Number two is that ethical leadership. Don't tell them something that you don't know. Be quick to say, I don't know, but I'm going to check. It doesn't reduce who you are. I don't know. I will double check. I will get back to you. Don't let it be far from you. Instead of giving them wrong information. Because if they eventually find out that you gave them wrong information one time, it doesn't matter if that's just one time. Other times, they will be skeptical. And they wouldn't want to go all the way with you. So if you're not so sure of what you're communicating to them, tell them, I don't know. I have to go back and double check. The next discussion, it's about trust and ethics. What behavior build or erode trust in finance team? How do you handle disagreements on ethical issues? When should finance push back and how? Can we do that for 1 minute? Let's just share together. What behavior build or erode trust in finance team? I've just given an example. Don't give them wrong answers. Be vulnerable if you want your team to trust you. Don't form Superman. I know it all. Sometimes they ask me questions and I tell them, go to the payroll person that is doing payroll. Even though I'm reviewing her work, she's the authority in payroll. So go and ask. Or hey P or hey how. Don't come directly to me. If they can't answer your question, then come to me. But if you come to me first, I'll send you back to them because they are authority. That's what they're doing on a daily basis. So I wouldn't stand up and want to give you all the answers because some things might have happened that I haven't reviewed, that I'm not informed about. So if I quickly jump up because I want to be the main leader and start talking about it, somebody might have another information that hasn't been reviewed and included in the information that I'm sharing. So try to showcase your team member. It doesn't hurt. It's also showing that you are a mentor and you are developing people when you showcase them. Even though you have the answer, go to this person. They will be glad you're showcasing them. They will be more committed to what they're doing. And they want to make sure that there's no error because now, whatsoever they say, you hold them accountable to it. So they will be more committed to check their work over and over again. So I think we can still think about this when we get our slide. Now, collaborative decision-making using financial insights. We've discussed that one. The next question here is talking about decisions in practice. How do you present financial data to non-financial leaders? We've talked about that. Where do financial control and strategy collide? I'm going to tell you from experience they usually collide. And I'm going to give a quick example now. In the last 1 month, we've tried to move to a new CRM system and we want to automate donation receipts. And CRA on their website puts unique number on your donation tax receipt. Traditionally, all that I've known and dealt with is that that unique number must be sequential. But CRA never said sequential. They just said unique identification number. But all I've known is it has to be sequential, 1, 2, 3. There are reasons for that because it's easy to track and you know when one is voided or the other, and a lot of benefits to that. But they never said it has to be sequential. It could be randomized as long as you can account for it. So when they come to me, I said, okay, based on my experience, it's sequential. And at certain point in time, I told them, okay, pause. I'll check with the auditor. Let me hear what they say. They also responded, best practice, sequential. But CRA at no point says you can use randomized. So we now have to make decisions together. Which one do we use? So it's very, very important. Its strategy always collides with control sometimes, but you have to be able to come together and see what is the benefits, what is the pros, what is the con, how can we manage things and still have the best and still be in compliance with best practice. How can debate be encouraged without damaging trust? You know, sometimes you could have heated arguments on some things. We want to do this, we want to do that. How can you manage that without damaging trust? To collaborate effectively, there are tools that we need to be familiarize with, and make use of. Number one, it's integrated financial tools. Things that will make work seamless for your team. And it's very, very important. Having Teams meeting, it's also important. You know, in the past, you're doing your work, I'm doing my work. But now regularly, I have meetings. And sometimes you look at it, these meetings are taking my time. If I use this time, I'm going to be able to be more productive. But I've discovered on the long run, you are not as productive as getting to know what is in the mind of the people you're working with, because that will flow through what you're going to produce, than you producing and coming back, and you have to reinvent the wheel. So making sacrifices to attend meeting, to ask for their views, for their opinions, before you come with your report or with your submission, it's very critical. It might be Teams meeting, it might be in-person meeting, but make sure you meet, you discuss things, and you are together before you implement. And I'm going to give an example. We are almost done. For example, you're a leader, you're the accountant, you want to change your accounting system, and you're the one talking to the consultant. You're the one discussing everything that you want in that accounting system. It's like failure on arrival. Because most times as a leader or strategic leader, you might not be using the system on a day-to-day basis. So this is a situation whereby you need to allow your team member to have a say in your decision. Bring them on board right from the word go. Let them participate in the whole process. Let them appraise the system. Let them tell you what they feel about the system before you now make decision. And because they're going to be the end user, then they know that their voice matters. And whatever comes out of that system, they will own it proudly because you involve them all through the process. You do not enforce it on them based on your... So key takeaways from what we've been discussing, because my time is up. Number one is that there are barriers to effective collaboration. We shouldn't deceive ourselves. There are barriers. And number one is to break down the silos. Don't allow your teams or people that you're working with to work in silos. Look for ways to bring them together, harmonize thoughts, harmonize views, discuss it, and come together. Simplify communication, because if communication is complex, the message might be lost. And manage resistance to change. Change is constant, but people always resist change. And just like I've said, one way of making sure that you manage resistance to change is involvement of your people, even right from the word go when you need to implement the change. For this barrier, there are questions for us to look at. What collaboration barrier exists in your organization? Each and every one of us has one barrier or the other that exists, so we can reflect on that. Which barriers are within your control to change? Some might be outside of your control. You don't always have control over everything. So which one are within your control to change? And what is one immediate action as you are leaving this training that you can take? As you're listening to me, what is that one immediate action that you're going to take to transit you from being a technical expert to a strategic leader? And on this note, I'm going to say thank you to everyone. I know it's been great managing the break and coming back again, but I'm still around in case you have questions. Thank you.
Make it louder for Mrs. Elizabeth Jibola, FCA, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, madam. We are glad to have you. Let's quickly take 2 questions. There are questions for her. 2 questions from the room. Do we have questions? Okay, number one. Any other one? The roving mic, please. Technical, the roving mic. Okay, that's all. We have just one question for her. Okay, I think I can hear you from there. Yes, clearly. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, the question really is to our president. That was on the ethics. Okay, my question is this. Do we have statistics of the disciplinary actions that the Institute has taken against some of our colleagues that violated some of the rules? Secondly, if so, how do we have access to those statistics?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic. You can take your seat. Thank you very much. The slide on ethics came from the Office of the Registrar Chief Executive. And as regards your question, if there are statistics of ethical issues, and then if you could have access to those statistics, let us not take that to Madam President here. We would send that, or whenever you want to attempt that response, I would have thought we would get back to the office of Mr. Registrar and then come back if there are responses. Okay, so let's take that because we don't have that here. That slide actually came from the office of the Registrar Chief Executive, and that was just presented by the Vice Chairman. Okay, Madam President wants to say something to your question. Let's have the roving mic, please. Roving mic. Our ushers, please, someone just help us to pick this mic up.
Thank you very much for your question. I didn't hear you clearly. Did you say you were from the US or from Mexico? Sorry? ICAN, US district. Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Your institute has statistics of what you require. We have the statistics of those people that has been prosecuted. And if you want, you can write to the Registrar Chief Executive. All right? And if you do that, he may oblige you. I would have answered you directly, but you have chosen me as your leader. I don't talk anyhow, without data, without facts. So write to him, he will respond. Those that he can provide, he will be able to provide. Those that he cannot provide, if they're very important, he will seek council approval and he will give them to you. All right, but we do have statistics. Please.
It's not personally for me, it's statistics. Like the Institute of Chartered Accountants from Nigeria, United States, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Each state has their own society, and those records are there. Now, if you want to hire me, you can go to the board, you can go to our website and see all the actions being taken by the state against each of the members. It's not necessarily for me as a colleague, it's for the public. That's a trust issue that needs to be addressed. So if those are hidden, the public will not have access to it. Our website is there, the ICAN, so there has to be a mechanism for the public to do their due diligence That's part of the trust issue. But that's, I raised my case. I just wanted to make
No,
that.
thank you very much. I think it would have been better, or you have already said what you should have said before, that, look, ICAN, you are my institute. Some of these things, it is better placed in the website, so that anytime anybody is having problems with it, they can go to that website to look at the names of the people who have had disciplinary action taken against them, and how did it end up, So I think it's just an advice, and I'll take that away, and I'll be able to come back to you on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much. All right, let's quickly go and appreciate the speaker, Mrs. Elizabeth Ajibola, who has just presented our topic on effective collaboration for strategic leadership. Ms. Ajibola, please, you can please step forward as I call on Dr. Binga Omidiji, FCA, to appreciate you for the good work you have done on the presentation. Please put your hands together as it comes forward.
The 62nd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, the Honorary Treasurer of the Institute, the Chairman, Executive Council members, and distinguished professional colleagues here present, I, on behalf of everybody seated, want to appreciate the speaker for a very thoughtful presentation. I already had what I wanted to respond or react to in our opening speech, where she mentioned the fact that collaboration overrides talent. That is, when she was mentioning about the game that was played between the US and Russia, because presently we are in the season of the World Cup. As I was coming up, England was leading Argentina by 1-0. As at now, it is 1-1. So by the time I turned here, the game became 1-1. And you see, what mattered, what struck me was the fact that a lot of countries came to the World Cup with talent. Argentina, Portugal, France, they had Mbappe, you had, I'm not really a soccer person, but at least I follow the World Cup. But we find out that most of the wins had been coming from team efforts, rather than the stars that each of those countries were proud of or they came up with. So that really resonates with our presentation, and which was the foundation for where collaboration comes in, where your duty as a stakeholder comes in, where communication comes in. And I'm sure that despite, and the advantage of our paper presentation was the fact that she had both the first half and the second half, which was intermediate with sumptuous meals, which allowed us to really had enough time enjoying our presentation. So on behalf of the organizing committee and the district and the entire membership of this conference, we want to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We are glad to have you. Thank you very much. Now, quickly, we want to quickly appreciate our sponsors. We want to quickly appreciate our sponsors in the next 3 to 5 minutes for the good job they have done for us here. It is not easy to partner with a team like ICAN Canada, and indeed, they have actually partnered with us. Let me quickly bring on stage again Mrs. Elizabeth Ajibola, FCA, as she take us through the commercial talks. Please put your hands together as she comes on stage.
Good afternoon once again. While the technical team try to get the ball rolling, on behalf of the districts and on behalf of the Advert and Sponsorship Committee, which I was privileged to chair, we would like to say a big thank you to all of our sponsors. We really appreciate your collaboration, just like we just finished effective collaboration. And while they're still figuring out things, I will quickly run through the corporate sponsors' name while they still figure out things at the other hand. I would like to appreciate Manitoba Habitat Conservancy for sponsoring this conference. Would like to appreciate FinTrack Swift Bank for sponsoring our conference. Would like to appreciate CPA Canada for sponsoring this conference. Would like to appreciate Aruleba Professional Corporation for sponsoring our conference, has been a consistent sponsor right from day one. Please give him a round of applause. Would like to also appreciate TS Diamond Consulting, Inc. for sponsoring us. We'll also appreciate Indigenous Management Group, Inc. for sponsoring this conference. We also want to appreciate H&P Professionals. We want to appreciate Excusite Cake. We want to appreciate Devo Consulting Professional Corporation, IAS Professional Services, Eagle Professional Prayer Meeting. We want to appreciate you. Egba Descendants Association of Manitoba, thank you. Nigerian professionals in Manitoba, we're super grateful. Think Tax, we're grateful. SMT Event, thank you for partnering with us. Boys Consultant Immigration Solutions, we really appreciate your partnership. Lebroma Consulting Inc., we're so grateful. And we want to also appreciate people that sponsored us, even though they did not place any adverts. We want to appreciate one of our past ICAN president, AJ Silicon, in absentia. We also want to appreciate Jami Olakison for sponsoring us in also his capacity. We want to appreciate Maximus Inc. for sponsoring the conference. We want to appreciate Business Interface Consulting. Thank you. Suzlion Properties Limited, we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you to Femi Johnson Sales Representatives. We want to say thank you to One Remit for sponsoring the conference. We want to appreciate Adebayo Taiwo and Co. We say thank you. Soulmate Events in Manitoba here, we say thank you. And we also want to appreciate C&G AML Forensic Consulting. We want to say thank you. And apart from all these corporate sponsors, I would like to say one general thank you to all the individuals that sponsored the conference. We're so grateful and we appreciate you. Thank you, and we look forward to more partnership in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. Looking forward to more partnership in the future. Thank you very much. All right, as we close today's session, I have the privilege to bring forward one more time the chairman of the planning committee, Mr. Festus at DBC FCA, for his closing remarks. Please put your hands together as he comes to the microphone.
It's been a great pleasure having all of us here since we started this conference. We really appreciate your patience with us for the few times when the technical hitches came up. But good for us, we'll be able to walk past those, and then we are progressing. It's been a very great day with all the paper presentations. Special thanks to our president for the encouragement we have through our actions. When you have a mom that took the time to wait and listen to whatever you are saying. It is not new to her. She's been a great with experience, someone with great experience. But she still took her time to listen to you. It's a very great motivation. So we are happy to have her here. We have our council members that stayed with us up to this moment. And we have our past chairmen that have been cheering us up. That guys, move forward. Thank you so much for all the support. Great thanks to everybody for being here. And we'll be rounding up the technical session for today. And then in a very short while, we'll have perfect announcements on the next step of activities for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairman of the planning committee. And once again, whenever I see the past chairman of this district, is actually a force, and indeed, they are enviable men that are doing great. Please put your hands together for them once again. Well done, sirs, for the good foundation you have laid for this district. On that note, please let's listen to the following announcements. Don't worry, we will not collect offering. It's just announcements. All right, after this session, immediately after this session, we'll all go to rest. By 5:45, we'll be going for dinner. We're coming down for dinner to join the bus. The bus will please leave by 6 p.m. exactly, because there is nowhere they would park. So please, we are pleading, so it won't be as if we didn't take you on the journey. By 5:45, you can start coming down. 6 on the dot, we'll be departing here for the venue. People have been asking questions. Where? Is it Nigerian Put? Is it Mama Put? Is it? Don't worry. Either it is Mama or Baba Put, you will know. But trust me, ICAN Canada has a very good stuff for us this night. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. So let's be ready. Between 5:45 and 6 p.m., we'll all go for dinner. And for those who will also be asking for all the materials for the technical sessions we have taken for today, please go through the app with you. They are all hosted in that app. All that we have taken today, even till the end of the session, they are already on the app. It gives me a great pleasure again to be here with you since morning. And now we are bringing this program to our end for today. Can we all be standing as we close in prayer? I have the honor to bring forward Mrs. Bagot as she prays for us to close this session.
In Jesus' name, our God and our Father, we just want to thank you. We thank you because you started this program with us. You are with us for the planning, and we've been on the execution. Father, Lord, this is the first day. We pray, as today has been successful, the other days and all the things we're going to do, we commit them into your hands. Father, Lord, we pray that you'll be with us. There will not be any mishap. We will not have any accident in the process of executing whatever we need to do. That at the end of the day, all glory and honor shall be unto you. Thank you, Father, because we know you answer all our prayers. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Before we go, we are going to close with our anthems. Can we have the ICAN anthem, please? Technical, are we good? I'm told Technical have closed for the day. Thank you, everyone. You can go to rest. Thank you very much. See you later, 5:45 p.m.